relate to other groups, like talking about theory of change, even though we have a mini theory of change, but there's a comprehensive one for the whole exercise. So if in case you are wondering whether we took your comments on board, I want to assure you that we took all the comments on board, and that's why we documented them so that we'll see. I don't know whether I can pick anyone in particular. For instance, number 9, somebody was asking policy domestication at national level. Yes. One of the key recommendations that we are making is that there will be need for domestication legislation and financing, budgeting for it. So, but we took that on board. We also expanded on some of the things that you suggested based on the evidences that we have for us. Okay, of course, okay, again, you can see in number 4, saying CADEP should be legislated into the law. So I want to assure you that we took that. You also say that just to be sure that we didn't leave anything, that's why we have 2 people. And if you look at the first note taker and the second note taker, you can see that we have similarity. Almost 100% of the issues are captured by both of them. The second page still talking about. It's not moving. Okay, still talking about the comments that we received from you. So we have this, for instance, in the last 23, number 23 says provide more evidence. So we did provided some evidence. And again, we also took everything on board, looking at all of them, but I just don't want to go through all of them, talking about food culture and diversity, aligning is essentially because the overarching principle now going forward is the agri-food system. So agri-food system approach. So we try to emphasize what are these nodes, what are the dimensions of agri-food system, and how do we approach the agri-food system going forward in the post-Malabo. Yeah, for instance, we'll talk about the agricultural sector generally, crops, livestock, and other things that involve, and also the players, talking about the youth and the women also implicated. Just to assure you that we took on board all your comments. Now, we also have our own extracted from the theory of change, because somebody was asking earlier during our presentation that at what is the boundary, as it were, of the theory of change of what we want to do. We just want to say that the group working on 10 theory of change has a comprehensive overview, but for our own slice of the cake, we have this results framework that will also guide what we do. Our impacts, what we want to see at the end of the day is to want to see a systemic and sustainable capacity to deliver results improve as we move along the process. So we recognize, identify the interventions, the outputs, including the intermediate results and the outcome. So you will see that we are consistent with the outcome that we feed into our overall impact. So we have this identify 5 intervention areas. So I just presented the first 2, then we have the last 3, speaking to what will be our own impact that we want to see. I think that's just all. Thank you.
Thank you, Wale. Keep your comments and questions. Keep taking notes. We'll now go to number. I don't know, that is Rebecca. From the mother of Europe. The other said they are not recognizable, so I should put my Oga head live. So this is me. So what they so the group on the group on enhancing investment finance. Uh, uh, Here, what we will try to present is just some key message that the group is trying to pursue for consideration, and then just delve into the responses, how we handle the responses, and we won't take too much in there. The, the main issue the enhancing investment finance, basically, we are saying that as we say we are moving from agriculture to agri-food system, this creates a huge opportunity for investments. But because as we expand, the requirements for funding and investment get even larger. We were looking to finance or fill the gap of agriculture for agriculture. So now, as we expand to the food systems, which has got different components, this gets larger. Then the issue becomes that the experiences that we have seen in the previous decades of trying to finance agriculture, we realize that we emphasize reliance on the public investments only. And therefore we introduce the private sector to be supportive. And that created an additional gap. As the fiscal space narrowed, this doesn't give any opportunity to be able to use or rely on public sector investments only to finance the agriculture. So some of the evidence we were checking obviously is mixed, that when you invest more, the impacts some are saying obviously is positive. Obviously, you need investments to run the process. However, maybe because of the way we've been doing it, you find that sometimes you don't find that direct relations with the investment. Hence, the proposition is that the post-Malabo investment agenda should emphasize a private sector driven approach, which is enabled by the public sector investments. And when I say private sector, I think there's been messages that we have to start thinking of even the farmers, small scale farmers, regarded as part of the private sector. However, even the agri-food systems, there is high appetite for private sector to invest in the downstream activities, because there's less risk. It's at the upstream where there's sometimes some risk or more risk, hence the need risk even further. I think that is what you are trying to put forward, and we have some other ideas of saying that then we want to think about some funding initiatives to be able to facilitate some of these issues. Hence, we try to put the goal or the principle in terms of an active private sector investment in agri-food supported by the public investments, or if you want to put a vision or an outcome, is a the agri-food system-wide investment finance process. And the other issue that was emphasized, there was a lot of discussions around it, was the issue of designing the African food systems investment financing mechanism with necessary catalytic instruments within that. And we had tried to think about various funding sources that can enable the process, but this is downstream, and because we were just trying to think about the how we get the sector involved. So then, in terms of the comments, we received many comments, and we developed a tracker, a comments tracker, and we involved with the process. Each and every comment, as you can see there, looking at the comment and its relevance, and we can get source of evidence to deal with it, and then status of the group. And so most of the time was spent trying to accommodate those comments and so on. But if I can just stay short as a last apologies, I think this is what we tried to summarize as reflected by the comments, and that's what I can respond to. So basically, there were several groups of this comments that we received. Most of them were helping us to be able to position this issue of enhancing investments. For example, there were questions of what could be the impact of financing on the agri-food system. If what do you get? How do you bring in commercial banks into the financing agriculture or agri-food system? And what could be from Malabo versus post-Malabo? I think that's really guided how we could do. So the other questions related to the financial flows and instruments, and they relate to climate finance, remittances, fintech, and AFDB. I think there were suggestions of various instruments that could have come there. So I think that we thought is an important aspect to include in the report. Then there are issues around the number and compositions of expenditures and so on. And I think the issue around the percentage of allocation we discussed quite a lot around that, and even possibilities of advancing what is referred to as something like agricultural orientation index, where there's already information and already messages coming. There are issues of concerns around sectoral perspective. And it's only left but fisheries, crops, and forestry. And those we think are as important to drive the primary sector, but there is the food sector system that needs to be considered. And there are issues around enablers that were raised, and those included the capacity to generate multiple projects, and the macro context, which really is what affects the financial flows. And then there were issues of indicators, which were acknowledged, some have been taken care of already, of disaggregating, thinking about invisible sector or informal finance. We thought those could be handled as advised down the line. And there are other issues that were important also for other groups, such as blood-borne butterfly, investment of farmers as private investors, classification of farmers, transfer of the lower share actors, considering the rising levels, and the localization, data control. This issue of conflict, I think the conventions was already there. And without without I think this is just a list of the members who likely come, most of them rights, taking responsibilities to help address some of those comments and give us some evidence and the like. So probably when some of the issues are raised, I think these members will be at liberty to maybe rise and even respond if they feel that their comments were sufficiently accommodated. And that's, I think that is that. But I just have some slight of some of the issues we dealt with. However, there are other many issues dealt with and members can add. Thank you.
Much, Monica. Yeah, just like me. So I think we are doing quite well. Again, keep your comments and questions to the end. We invite no welcome clap for Scratty.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. I'm kindly presenting for technical working group number 3. Okay, our thematic group, we are all about food security, nutrition, and health. Probably I will have to start by being a bit selfish. We are all human. This is the most amazing technical working group, and I would like to, yeah, I would like to thank the colleagues that have contributed. So what we really went straight to the issues that were raised, and I would like to also thank colleagues that were raising the issues, because I think it opened up our mind as well. So I think I just listed them like this, but there were probably more details. We were working on this the whole weekend. Okay, the first issue that was critical. We are lucky that we didn't have too many issues. There was a need to strengthen and focus more the report on building resilience. I think this is what Director Pawinga guided us. You know, we just quote some other studies, and I think we did a very good job on this, because we were lucky that the latest State of Food and Nutrition Security report is just been released of 2024. Other colleagues, they came up with other very, very critical reports, like the global food security report that are published by other organizations, and also we refer to the PR report, and we really drill down and we strengthen the evidence and going forward, and we also drew on the PR reporting. And then the other issue that came, in fact, this issue was, well, we were lucky that this issue was also raised by Commissioner Sako, and I think also Madame Esterine also was very keen on this, to align this work that we are doing with the SDGs and the UN Food Systems Transformation Agenda. I think we did a good job of that. We also drew in on some of the SDGs indicators, suggesting that some of the SDGs indicators should continue in the post-Malabo, including the POU, the FES, minimum diversity score, and also to consider the food loss and waste index, that is an SDG indicator for the post-harvest loss work. There was also a need for a reason to integrate the paper using the food systems approach, and also to integrate education, capacity building. I think this was critical. We took it upon ourselves to make sure that this is reflected, and also nutrition education, public awareness, and influence in school curriculum, especially around areas of nutrition, access to healthy diets. I think this was comprehensive and was integrated in the report. another issue that came was being focusing on the vulnerable groups' access to factors of protection, and I think one of the critical one is land. So I think we were, and also generally to make sure that if we are looking at an indicator, is there a possibility of that can be disaggregated to include gender? I think we did that, and we also mainstream the vulnerable population, especially being focused on gender and youth in the report, especially their access to factors of protection, I think is very important. And also basically to use other methodology to track the food security issues, like the integrated food security phase classification. I think we did very well here. And we integrated probably not only these methodologies, but other methodologies from food security and nutrition index that are published by international agencies. Well, there was, I think for me, there was also a very critical issue of hotspots. You know, the problem with this, the situation with these indicators that they just take thoughts at aggregate national level, you know, but you know that there are certain areas in the country that are hotspots whereby the problem is more significant. You know, I think that one was extremely critical, the hotspots, and coming up with more targeted intervention to tackle the issues, the hotspot areas. And I think that was well taken care of. And you cannot just come up with blanket intervention. We have to come up with a blanket intervention that are built on evidence and are targeted. I think that one was very well identified to be mainstreamed in the report, and also tied to the early warning systems. You know, the early warning system, strengthening early warning systems. We spend a lot of time talking about this, and I think it's very important, you know, because with the early warning systems, you will know where things are going, and then you will put in quick actions, interventions. Very critical issue number 7: human-wildlife conflicts. Very, very important. As agriculture encroaches into the wildlife, we were very particular about this, including that when we are doing the food systems, we included the idea of preserving the African heritage. I think it came on very strongly here, and also looking at how crop livestock, the pastoralists are affecting the wildlife. And then financing livestock sector for fighting malnutrition, especially stunting. I think we really drilled in on the livestock, and we made sure that it was mainstreamed. I basically took the document. Colleagues will agree with me. The mainstream fisheries, livestock were very, very prominent here, including, you know, when we are talking about agricultural inputs, we tend to forget feed and fodder, you know, and stabilizing supply chain. So I think this was critical, and also the feed for fisheries. Okay. So there was also this idea of coming up with the lens of food safety, strengthening that one, the aflatoxins, AMR, pesticide residues, and also increasing focus on the One Health aspects. This was taken care of, the zoonotic diseases, the environmental health, the One Health environmental health approach. The very strong colleague who was very particular about agroecology, and he was extremely helpful, and it's coming up very strongly in the document. Being intentional about traditional crops and livestock species that are more resilient, extremely useful, this one. Definitely, the idea was well elaborated. The food sovereignty, we know that the African Development Bank last year or the other had a big summit in Dakar where this African food sovereignty was rigorously discussed at the head of state level. It has to come in here. It's extremely important. Harmonizing in existing initiatives with the Malabo. I think this one was, I've already talked about it. I think it's a little bit of a repetition. So I think with the input that we got, the document looks better than it was before. Thank you for all the colleagues that worked with us over the weekend. and to improve the document. Other actions, I left this blank because I have two things that I would like in number one. The what you need to be aware of expect. There is no one technical working group that will address the food systems approach. The reason we have 13 technical working groups, I think Director will agree with me, is not try to create silos. The system is working as one. This is the food systems. Every technical working group is contributing to a system. So this is what we need to be aware of. And if an aspect is stuck into one technical working group and is saying, I don't see this, I don't see this, please have a vested interest on the other technical working groups, because this is not silos, but it's a system that we are trying to move. The second point, there is no strategy that is perfect. I will make a clear assumption that maybe the sun will not rise tomorrow. The sun will rise tomorrow. But as sure as we know, there is something that's going to happen in the next 10 years that we don't know about. The only person who can create a perfect strategy must be a supernatural person. So we need to be aware of that and the limitations of our thinking and be kind to the process. We are doing the best that we can. I thank you.
And your comments, your last comments are very taken. Maybe we will react to them at the end. So thank you so much. We now invite the president for technical working group number 4.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting on behalf of Technical Working Group 4.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Eva Okoth. I'm the regional coordinator for the International Coalition Africa. Apologies if my voice is a bit low because I've been having a flu, but I hope we'll be able to follow. So in our presentation, we did not go point by point in terms of the feedback we received, but we reviewed the document holistically based on the comments that we received, but also went back to the reports from the regional consultations, as well as the submissions, independent submissions that were made, and sort of restructured and thought through the document we had. So in the next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Thanks. So we structured still the same way that we did. We have the scope and rationale, drivers of change, future outlook, and the conclusion. So in terms of scope, we are looking at issues of productivity because of low uptake of emerging technologies that are linked to the poor performance of Africa's agri-food systems. Also, we are covering issues of emerging technologies, which for us can be a game changer and improve efficiency and sustainability. When we talk about emerging technologies, we've taken a wider approach in defining what that entails. So we are looking at emerging technologies such as agricultural mechanization and automation, innovative water management technologies, biotechnology, digital agriculture, precision agriculture, and artificial intelligence. So there's our covering. We've also looked at safe deployment of these technologies as a means through which we can revolutionize agri-food systems in the region. Finally, we've also touched on aspects of access to suitable, competitive, and reliable emerging technologies. In terms of our rationale, again here, there's increased food and nutrition insecurity, which warrants the need for us to really focus on emerging technologies. At the same time, the continent, there's a lot of uptake and adoption of emerging technologies that has hindered realizing our potential in terms of productivity and competitiveness. At the same time, we see a lot of EU policies that are existing, which touch on issues of emerging technologies, and we've mentioned a few of them, like the framework for sustainable agricultural mechanization for Africa, the IDAWM, among others. So there's a lot of policy that's coming out of the region, which again emphasizes the need to look at issues of emerging technologies. And finally, the need for the Post-Malabo agenda to take advantage of the suite and available technologies that are suitable, user-friendly, and competitive in facilitating agri-food systems transformation. We also thought through again our drivers of change, and this time round we made it more clear in terms of categorizing them into the economic factors, social and cultural factors, environmental factors, policy and institutional factors, as well as technological factors. So when you look at all these components, like the economic factors, we are seeing a steady growth of Africa's agricultural economies. And as many of us know, the backbone of most of our countries is agriculture. We're also looking at strategic partnerships that are being built to commercialize technologies, access to regional and continental markets, and access to finance. On the social and cultural factors, we still see negative perceptions to emerging technologies that has in some ways prevented its uptake. We still see a huge digital divide, both among men and women, and also rural farmers. And so that's also a key component we've focused on how we can address. Bridging the gender localization gap is also another component under social factors. Environmental factors, there's the negative impacts of climate change, the variability in soil quality and water availability, which are equally driving the need for change. On the policy side, more and more there are favorable national and regional policies that address issues of emerging technologies, like we've highlighted, and also the existence of supporting institutions to drive emerging technology uptake. On the technological side, the technologies to enhance performance of agricultural advisory and extension are coming up. There's increased adoption in some ways to improve the productivity, and however we see more deployment of these technologies. So this status assessment of drivers, I will not go through each of them, but essentially it's expounding at that stage vis-a-vis or against the drivers that we've mentioned. So these are just statistics that we have gathered to show us how far we are in terms of the drivers of change, which I just highlighted in the previous slide. So on the future outlook, we again thought through this differently from different perspectives. Number one, we've looked at future outlooks from the perspective of what emerging technologies are we already seeing in place based on 4 thematic areas: the biotechnology and genetic engineering, digitalization, policy and regulatory framework, and research and development. So essentially, what are we already seeing happening? For instance, there is already ongoing adoption and increased access to genome edited produce. There's already development and adoption of climate resilience at different levels and in different countries. So essentially, we took note of that. And then based on what we're already seeing as emerging trends or already existing trends, what are now our key priorities? Because we can't do and take up everything. What then can we narrow down into and put out as our core priorities? So number one, very broadly, is to scale up deployment and commercialization of existing proven emerging technologies and provide and support the development of new ones where none exist. The second core priority is to strengthen the technical and infrastructural capacity of public and private agricultural extension services, for example, through digitalization. The third core priority is development and deployment of affordable financing models that will enhance accessibility by the end users of these emerging technologies. Fourth is to strengthen strategic public-private partnerships for improved investment in the development, scaling up and commercialization of the emerging technologies. Then the fifth one is increasing any member states' allocation of budgets to research and development in order to support the development of new and scaling up of existing technologies, as well as promote an enabling environment through policies and regulations that will enhance development and uptake of this technology. So those very broadly are our core priorities. Based on that, the goals and ambitions, that is the vision we want to see, are 5. Number 1, we want to see increased accessibility and adoption of emerging technologies. We want to see functional partnerships between technology developers and users. We want to have a conducive policy and regulatory environment that supports the development and adoption of emerging technologies. We want to see strengthened technical and infrastructural capacities for development, deployment, and scale up of emerging technologies. And finally is empowered women and youth who have easy and affordable access to these technologies. So that is how our vision looks like at the end. So in conclusion, for us, the key message is the adoption and utilization of emerging technologies will contribute significantly to transformation of agri-food systems through increased productivity, industrialization, wealth creation, and intra-Africa trade. So that is how we really restructured our entire report. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eva, for presenting group number 4. Now I invite the presenter for technical working group number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council Chamber. It's my pleasure to present the amendments that has been taken by group number 5. Sorry. Okay. To giving me the chance to present the it's sorry, I don't have a presentation to do because we continue working. So to be able to tell you that we are the first one to say so I appreciate the efforts of everyone. Yesterday we left here 8 o'clock, yesterday we left 7 p.m. So it was but I need to go through the quickly go through the suggestions that were received and how we captured. The first one was about the regulations. Yes, it's we recognize very much it's critical. This is why we created to keep priority on the regulations. And we everything regulations and policies were indicated before the keep priority in the investment sector. However, we thought it is very crucial to have a still criteria for investment. Another country was about participatory integration. I totally agree. In this issue, I'm very much happy that Professor Alex, the CEO of African still accepted to grant this program because also should be addressed in the private sector. So, my knowledge that so I'm straight to this point. The issue, the other comment that I received is to how to so you got a job and specialist on social review. So this is the place for us. But let's get to the treatment. Actually, what we want to also have a treatment the other business and so we don't go to again to scratch. The other question that we received is how to improve small scale producers and SMEs. This is, as I said before, this is the break of our document. It has been strengthened in different sections so the accession of small scale firms to have value chains. However, during the this one. But again, I'm not sure that this was going on by Lucy was still Africa association. So our document is purely reflecting the perspectives of the sector of the agro industry in Africa. Capacity. So this is some symptoms of application of I have done tests with we have a section dedicated to broker because we found that after this so as the board especially in Africa, so thank you so much for his contributions to this group. As I indicated, the yes, truly. I mean, even the business environment, when business culture developed by our sector specialists, including Lucy. The companies, I think I was very important to you. The sustainability is getting important for the and some other projects. I mean, also social companies. So how to do with this? I say to export. So the section that speaks to the sustainability requirements. Representability, once again, the objective of sustainability requirements, and then we should strengthen the capacity of applicable resources to position to export ourselves, taking into consideration those requirements, like you know, to comply with this. So this was a very the section very much. The other concept that was seen about how to encourage agriculture and since the agriculture into conservation of the barriers. To go for those LTBs. So with this, yes, the concept that we receive is how that our reporter doesn't to the strength of our culture base, which is not true. I mean, actually, our focus was on agribusiness in Africa. However, we realize that this is very critical. I mean, when we talk about agribusiness, unless we have a stable, smooth agricultural production, this is why we have created a key priority in agricultural production. And we see that it's very critical to ensure a smooth flow of agricultural produce. And we are because of the potential of technologies, including agriculture, conservation, resources, defense. So with this, I feel that we have managed to address all the calls that we have received. Maybe one thing that I would like to say is how does the integration or reinstallment of these 13 reports is taken into consideration that there are some other like some issues that are interlinked between the different technical groups. So it's some sort of unifying unified approaches for this. Thank you so much, and yes, happy to receive any questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Medet. The last group to start, and yet you are going to be the first one to submit the final report. A clap for Medet and the team. Right.
Yeah, so something chairmanship will be very on time. All right, you don't need to clap, but I think we are doing quite well. We have roughly used an hour to run through five technical working groups. And we said after the five presentations, we want to have a discussion, discuss some comments, questions around the five presentations that you have so far listened to. So I will need people to be running around the microphones. So can I say where the microphones are first? There is one here. Can I have the voice of volunteer to? I said what? Release that part. Release that part. Those who are very good run around and sponsors. So the guidance is let's go straight to a payment question. And it is one person. Well, some people are coming with five. No, because it is one. One per person that will give a chance as many as possible. So the first one has also a column. Then I do notes. Yes, I'm with my eyes. Adama. So the first five speakers have around the questions are for one. Come this side. So let's first take the first five from this side. Starting with our column. And this specific round your comment is or question is the question.
Comment is to technical working group 3. This is recognizing the fact that as we speak now, our colleagues are also working on the Africa Regional Nutrition Strategy. Just to say that even if it is a draft that we have, it would be useful to connect to that team at HHS so that they can incorporate what recommendation that is presented. So it can become a part of the contribute to the because we have common outcome in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Working group 1, I think it will be great if they could include food sovereignty as one of the principles. In working group 3, I think we include also agroecology
and farmers management system as part. I want to focus on working group 4. I think I was very happy to see that at least they are explicit. It's not biotechnology anymore. So genetic engineering, GMOs, generated crops, it's very good. It is as explicit as it is, so that we can discuss. Everybody knows our opposition to that. I don't know how this working group was created. It just tells me that previously there was also an influence of creating this working group. Yeah, I think I would like to celebrate just the Africa's food system. And we don't use our food system if this all opens its door to GMOs and whatever. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Betel Tarafa from IFU. My question is on group 4, on technical working group 4. Can you hear me now? No? Okay. 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 So my comment is on technical working group 4. So it's good that they have mentioned the gender gap in access and use of digital technologies and mechanization in the drivers of change, and also it's reflected in the goal. My suggestion is it's good also if it's reflected in future priorities. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe she has worked out. We can give the lights to Adama.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. My group we talked about the mechanism for financing situated in African Development Bank. I think we need to what is the reference to just the platform where countries really didn't participate or didn't have proposals to the platform. So we need to reflect on that. The other thing is around the solution around creating the agri-food finance policy accelerator for finance policy accelerator that supports countries in addressing financing barriers. This will be across the countries and also bring in the private sector, the banks, and all of those. I think the group needs to go back and look at those suggestions that were made earlier. I don't see that reflect in the presentation. Thank you very much.
Let's clarify. When you respond to the
not that they did not respond to Dakar 2, they made reference to Dakar 2. And I'm saying that Dakar 2 did not have every country participating or submitting proposal to Dakar 2, which was an AFDB program. So limiting their suggestion to say the financing mechanism should stay in the African Development Bank, creates or explodes countries and other, even smallholders. How will smallholders access Dakatu or funds from the African Development Bank? So the suggestions we should be making around financing should be suggestions that enable first to finance their own problem, enable private sector to invest in their purpose that allows smallholder farmers, medium-scale enterprises, youth, and women to be able to access this financing. So the suggestion they have made is not inclusive. That's my feedback. I hope that's clear, Director. The response. Now I come outside. I'll take the message as well. I have Sarah. We have Professor there, you, and the last Chris. Those are the 5. Oh, 7. Yeah. So now I keep your number known the microphone director. Thanks, Mr. Sarah. Your short comment.
Why mine has to be short? Okay, thank you very much. And mine goes to group 2. I think we all recognize that the time for the youth has come. We have political takeovers. It is youth who are now our leaders. This is the period for the intergenerational transition. It is here. We can no longer ignore our youth. We can no longer put them as point number 5 out of 5. They should be point number 1. This is also the 10-year period where we must resolve the issue of food and nutrition security. We must have another agenda after these 10 years. To resolve food and nutrition security, women are key. But I still think we are shy of how we are addressing financial paradigm that we're using. We're talking about private sector. We're talking about men with money, men with land, men with assets. We are not talking about the people from who the change must happen and must come. There will be a revolution. There will be revolutions. There will be, the youth will take us, they will challenge us. And they will keep on challenging until we get this right. We cannot keep on using the same paradigm. Bring your papers, bring this to get money. No, people are functioning with money on a daily basis. Money is moving. It's moving from funds to, if you don't have it, they will send you. We need to change completely. I think the first point that needs to come here is how to make money accessible to youth and to women. Talk to women how they need their money. We need insurance for health. We need insurance for our children. We need insurance that we are going to have. We don't need to take our money from our business to pay for medicine or to pay for education or to look after our parents or anything like that. We're not seeing this. We are still seeing give money to men who already have money, who have power. It cannot work. The revolution will happen. And the worst thing is, as this revolution happens, people are moving out of agriculture. Are we going to keep 50-year-olds in agriculture? No. We need new energy. We need more energy. We need those who have that energy to take over agriculture. Thank you very much. Change the way we finance.
The court says we give money to it's what's wrong. I don't have the need for me to go on but the question is well taken. Number 2.
Merci beaucoup. Mon comment. Je vais parler en anglais parce que yeah. So I'll just speak in English then. Yeah, because I can see. So for my comment is for group number 2. I think great work there, but financing is extremely important, as I think others have already alluded to. Is it possible there to also feature that we should place some effort in harvesting or harnessing the diasporas, many people who are living outside? Can we have diaspora bonds? I mean, I know that in Malawi they were talking about them, but I think I agree. It's not just because I'm from there. We need to have harness the power of everyone else who is hiding away from Africa. They're outside. We need to get some money there, leverage it for the for agriculture transformation. I think I just wanted to have that. And the second part is to say you haven't featured the need to strengthen national agriculture development banks. Is there a reason? I mean, because I know that African Development Bank is there, but there's just so much that they can do. I don't think they can cover the whole continent. Otherwise, they would have already done that. So it would be good to try and also strengthening those national level if it's institutions to just make sure that we can capitalize the agriculture sector much more effectively. Over to you. It was unfair.
Merci beaucoup. Next was number 3. Please go ahead.
This goes to group 3. Thank you, Moraka, and your team. Group two, yes. The idea of involving the private sector to improve investments in agri-food systems is an excellent one. But I feel what I didn't see come out clearly is the issue of how. So the question is, what is it that is going to be different this time so that we can investments? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Next. On this side. Number 6 was here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So basically, my contribution is still on financial mechanisms. Financial mechanisms. It appears that the financial mechanisms we are still talking about still smallholders. They are elitist by small testing that we arrangements such as improved smallholder outgrower or contract farming schemes that include large numbers of smallholders. So basically, we should identify certain commodity value chains
and organize outgrower schemes in them. The private sector are going to invest their money, and they know how best to bring in financial institutions to work with both the private sector and the smallholders. Thank you very much.
Yes. Just yes, I also now make my own comments. Number one, I want to make it clarity on the national position. The existing principles, the development collaboration, because I am adding more. What the environment will do to grow and promote what the being decided principles of CADEP. Towaraka, you have the phrase visible sector. Come on, before that's what I know. Visible sector, how are those people? Right. And then that you mentioned the father of fish. Can you recognize the grandfather of fish? You know, there's no question. So that the hour, and I want to have the members to have the chance to be found as well to the school, the questions and comments that were by the participants. Starting with the way. So like that, we call it five, so each one was an alphabet. What's the respond? That's all for us.
Thank you, the chair. I can do it in 2 minutes because I have two questions, one from you and the other one. Yeah, we recognize there was a comment on food sovereignty that should be part of the post-Malabo principles. Yes, we debated that and we thought that maybe some other group are taking it on board. I think it's more appropriate for us to take it on board. So we'll bring that on board. The second question is we identify the principles. What we have done is, first of all, we are leaving the principles and values as they are. We only modified the sixth one, which was focusing on smallholder farmers, but this time around, we are focusing on all the farmers, as it were, and we particularly recognize the role of small-scale holders. So what we are proposing is that we are proposing a form of go contract, that just as my brother said there, so that we're able to aggregate from the smallholders and feed into the agro industry that we also propose in another thematic area. So, so we have the kind of principles, 6 of them, and we are proposing additional principles, those the purpose of the agri-food and how we will be showing agricultural agri-food systems in the next 10 years. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so
respond or make a contribution to this space.
okay.
That one? Okay, but you start.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for invaluable comments once again. So the first comment on setting up agri-food finance policy accelerator. I think it's a wonderful suggestion, and we will take that into account in the following. The second comment was about the Dakar 2 compacts. So Dakar 2 compacts are not AFW initiated. They are also AUC. They also set up African species. Earlier there was a discussion about setting up TADP compacts. So this is why we thought that it was, since Dakar 2 compacts have established, there is no need to set up another round of compacts in the countries, and it creates a lot of confusion. This is why we thought that it would be much easier to keep the compacts. Other countries who don't have the kind of compacts set up as yet can definitely come forward and set up new compacts. So this is not something that is frozen. And in terms of addressing the requirements of small farmers and youth, so the focus under the CAT 2 is setting up integrated value chain projects. So that covered all the actors within the value chains. Small producers. So this is why this facility will focus on the needs of all value chain actors. Next one is it's considered by president. We have also considered instruments for strengthening national development balance. Yes, this as part of our it have to be for the rest of the national balance through various means and flows. We have considered institutional capacity as well as within the submission, and that should support this initiative. I think I can now switch to other colleagues to.
Yes. The first point is about the youth. She was saying that they are forgotten. But if you look at the current electronic banking and all that, the youth are the ones who are actually leading it. So it is something which is new. We're not going to go to the traditional big banks and all that, which are actually failing. The other thing is that regarding the risking issue, this is the problem. Both the customer, okay, and the supplier are they are scared of each other. The farmers don't want to borrow or to go to do insurance because they are scared of paying big mortgage. And then the suppliers themselves of the insurance, they are scared of the farmers that they cannot pay the premium and all those things. So we need to get somebody in between to be able to get the two to do business together. And this has happened. It has happened in Kenya. It has happened in many countries that when there is a go-between, then the risking happens. Thank you.
Just two last trends that are not covered. The issue of invisible sector. Basically, this was raised during the comments. So we picked it up and we put informal sector next to it. So basically that was referring to the informal sector, unregistered and so on. And I think most of the issues were covered, but the point is that when we say private sector, we are not so we don't know which private sector we are talking about. So I think there's also a shift we need to make to move from thinking that private sector is for a certain group. There's a message that we now need to start recognizing farmers, even smallholder farmers, as investors. I think that is the angle we are coming from. And we think when we say this agri-food system should will give opportunity for private sector investment. We are referring to a range of private sector scope. And I think we don't have time to expand more on that, but now at least we are trying to shift to the principal level. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Director. I have very few questions and comments, unfortunately. So, but the comment that came first was the comment on agroecology. I think we were. I think the colleague was there. I think we really drilled into that. If there's some food justice that we did, it was on that. The second question, I'd like to thank God for yeah, many aspects. Just not on that one. I emphasis on it. And then on the second question on the nutrition strategy, I want to thank and also to say that sometimes is so powerful. We are also advocates that find the something that I mean, you can find nutrition under commitment. Socrates, technical working group number 4. Over.
Yeah, Director, good morning. I will respond. I will provide the response. I think we have two questions that group. The first one was on indigenous technology, and the second one was on the very contentious issue on the. Now, I think I can take the two together. The approach we have adopted as a group is let's put on board, let's put on the team, states. All across the country, in technologies, could be in terms of productivity enhancement, could be in terms of the related issues that have been discussed with better product. But our approach is that put it on the table, let me still decide. If the issues of sovereignty, the issue of health issues that are being linked to better issues, then let the member state decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you want to supplement, you still have a minute and 27 seconds.
Something we address existing. So yeah. What you do, I think let's speak on the GMO. I think it's important to highlight that, of course, the technical can be technical experts do not have any interest whatsoever in what was discussed. So one of the key things we need to ensure is to look at the continental guidelines that were passed by and endorsed by heads of state, which clearly indicate the issue of GMOs within a safe and regulated environment. And it's not only GMOs, technology. One of the key things that we can look is we have a thinking safety regulations and acts, both are functioning. Out of those 18, we also have 12 countries that have already commercialized GM crops out of this. So this is something that needs to be taken into consideration. Because we need to listen to what our heads of state saying, the continental guidelines that were passed. The group clearly indicated regulatory bodies have to drive this. We must have strong, robust regulatory bodies such that we do not have entry is not approved, is not regulated, is not unknown. But allow me just to share. Think about digitalization. Technical working group 4 took time to look at the CADAP fourth report. And we just said such digitalization. It's absolutely no mention of digitalization in our CADAP report. Yet none of us right now can still wait phones for access to digital issues. Previously, we had told that our phones will give us cancer. I think we remember that. Absolutely. But now you cannot move without a cell. You can part and parcel of your life. So let us avoid this constrictive way of control protection, but rather to easy accessibility and how can we build a good access environment with the
So colleagues, perhaps, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ntabisang Muditi from South Africa. So I think there is no need for me to add, colleagues, because the issues of how member states deal with policies guided by existing frameworks of the AU, say on African Biosafety Network. I think that one probably was not on. So there are existing AU frameworks, the African Biosafety Network of expertise, ABNE, the African Seed Biotechnology Program, and so on, including existing policies at the national level that really guide this work, including the prerogative of member states on certain sovereignty of food, which can not necessarily be prescribed on by NGOs. They can support, but I think there is the sovereign rights of the member states that actually guide the policies that ensure that there is sufficient protection. So we have taken all of these into consideration. The details are in the report of technical working group. Thank you.
Yeah, we're lucky this time we have not received 40 comments like last time. So recognize the importance of SMEs of women
some finance and
The microphone is not working well. Yeah.
and
So this is shadow power. I'm going to one of the comments and questions from the five working groups that we consider earlier. So I suggest that we take 1 minute break for 15. Come back to groups. Thank you very much.
I'll come back strong.
Here, is pretty unique. Having all these people in the room is very important. You cannot achieve the same thing working remotely, I will say. So thanks the AU and NEPAD to organize this, because it really creates a lot of value addition. And the work done here, I think, is for agricultural trade. If we do nothing, and basically it's the import dependency of the continent will continue to increase, and the food security and nutritional situation is not going to actually improve drastically. So there is a call for change, and that's why we link the trade issue with the food security issue. We also have now a subsection on trade and climate, and on nutrition and climate trade. And we introduce new element of language on the question related to political aspect, because trade is not just a technical issue, it's a political one. When you see conflict, when you see political tension between countries, one way to bother your neighbor is to block trade or make it more difficult. So beyond the technical aspect, there is also a political message that is, please don't touch agri-food trade, because it's part of the key elements. I will come back to that. And of course, the gender issue that is mainstream in the document. So there is not a gender and trade section, but it's more about how the trade activities need to be gender aware. The document is 25 pages, so it's an easy thing to read. We have a total of 29 recommendations following the problem statement and a state-of-the-art review of evidence. And just to tell you how we have organized them, we have 9 that are general recommendations, but still on trade. We have 4 that really focus on tariffs and the continuation of tariff reform, in particular in the context of the ISFTA. 11 on standards and non-tariff measures, and that's a pretty important one. So you will see also SPS discussed there. 3 on infrastructure, 3 on trade facilitation and finance, 4 on capacity building, 7 on data quality and data availability. That's pretty essential, not only to design the right policies, but also to monitor and evaluate if the ISFTA is going to deliver all the promises, and other reforms that go beyond trade. And you will see in other reforms, element linked, for example, with land ownership, with some question like the movement of people that are not a trade issue, but are going to be actually pretty important to link it. And of course, investment on the supply side. If we don't produce, if we don't have surplus to trade, we cannot trade. So, because in Africa, the problem is not going on the demand side. There is a demand for this product. If we don't trade enough, sometimes it's because we don't produce enough. Okay, so just to give you a taste of the general recommendation, I'm still doing okay on time. First, we really push for the acceleration and the fast tracking of all the elements of the IFCFTA agreement and the protocols in the context of agri-food trade. We cannot keep this as the last element, last wagon of the train, last car of the train. There is a need to continue to review the process and work on the harmonization and use the IFCFTA as a way to harmonize, including for products that have been put on the side. The excluded products are important because that's where also there is actually the biggest potential in terms of trade. So if we just liberalize what is already traded, we should not be surprised that we don't increase trade. Then we really need to make sure that political driven actions are not hurting trade and beyond. You know, that's something what we have seen in COVID-19. Some of the products related to the agri-food sector was not considered initially as essential. So it was easy to move drugs and medical equipment, not food or fertilizer. And that's something we really need to create awareness about. That's part also of the life and the blood of the system. And so this product, beyond even have a technical decision, should be really well identified as a key political aspect. And we don't want to let basically politics messing up with food and food security. We want to build on regional blocks. We want to make sure that the future targets and commitments that are made are based on data and analytics. Because if today we see some frustration about people saying, oh, we have not tripled intra-Africa trade, I think we should all be honest and say how much science has been put on this target, and from the beginning to which degree this target was credible. And for the next phase, we really need to have credible targets. It can be accountable, and that's where there is need of more analytics. And really, if the African Union and the partners want to get a good number by the end of the year to put a target, the technical work should start very, very soon because it's a full thread of work in itself. We have tools to do that, but it will take time, and that has to be well organized. And now that we have a rational target, we can make sure that we can track it with all the aspect on data and analytics. And finally, the gender aspect is important. But the last point is also to say that Africa integration doesn't take place in a vacuum. There is a global agenda. There is a WTO. There is a Codex Alimentarius for standards. So the goal also is to articulate the intra-Africa integration with what's happened beyond, and to make sure that the voice of Africa is heard in this forum in a very proactive way and not in a reactive way. So that this articulation is important. So let me move to my last part of the presentation. So what you may be interested about our work in the other technical working group. First, I will say regarding the high-level message and the process and the principle. I put my own alarm, you know, so like this. Godfrey, I'm at 9 minutes, so I'm still okay. You see? Yeah, exactly. So I know that Godfrey is so nice, he will not interrupt me on the spot, so I prefer to do it myself. No, so that was the last part of the presentation. So yes, we want to make sure that the trade agenda and the IFCFTA fit in a bigger picture, and that the bigger picture starts with the Post-Malabo agenda, because we talk about food safety, we talk about climate, we talk about all of this, and trade is linked to all of this. And of course, the political will. Trade, of course, is about negotiation, it's technical agreement, but some of this agreement doesn't deliver if there's not the political will to make it happen. So, of course, there is the spirit of the law and the text of the law. In terms of finance, we talk about trade finance in particular, because it's a very specific story. We also focus on inclusiveness to make sure that if we want smallholders, women, youth to participate to trade, they need to have access to these particular financial tools that today we know it's very difficult for them to get access to. We also have full narrative on the means of payment at the international level. We also say that we need infrastructure to trade, and that's going to cost money. So that's for the finance stream, something pretty important. And finally, when you liberalize, you lose tariff revenue. So you may have to do some tax reform. Clearly, the IFCFTA is not a major tariff loss, in particular for food product. So we should not inflate this problem, but that can be an opportunity to reform domestic taxation in a good way. Then for technical working group 3 on food security, so we talk about, for us, how the projection on food security are linked also with the projection in terms of trade, the demographic pressure. If you see numbers in a report, they all come from the SOFI report 2024, so the State of Food Security and Nutrition, released last Tuesday by FAO with four UN organizations. Excellent report, read it. If you have questions, I will be happy to answer them. Food security and trade language. So we have a language on this. SPS and NTB for food safety is important, and we link with the Africa Food Safety Strategy, and we have a recommendation on the creation of the African Food Safety Agency. But the vision on food safety at the continental level have other recommendations that we strengthen in the report. Technical working group, here also language on STB, SPS, and NTB, link with food safety. And last but not least, we have in the generic in the other reform recommendation, language on investment and R&D, and how the trade framework can actually provide a better environment to promote innovation. Technical working group 5, we talk about inclusive trade, we talk about value chain, and we refer to it also as upstream and downstream value chain. And one of the important recommendations is when we talk about agri-food trade, we also need now to monitor the trade on inputs. That is not an agri-food trade with standard definition. So fertilizer, machinery, pesticide, this is not something that is agri-food trade, but it's a key engine for it. And for some African countries, that will be important because we have seen during the fertilizer crisis how Morocco, Nigeria, other countries are ramping up. And I think it's important to acknowledge and note. So to conclude, the last few other working group, we on resilience, yes, trade is a way to deal with risk. And we also have a narrative on how social safety net are important to deal with trade shock. We also, on technical working group, talk about trade and climate change, both in terms of impact and how trade is a key element of adaptation strategy in order to deal with long-term shock like the shift in comparative advantages, but also in terms of short-term shock management, when you start to see surplus and deficit, and how actually it's linked also with food losses. The inclusivity, very important in all the report. We talk about gender, a bit about youth. It just, the two issues are not the same, you know. The probability that we get old is something we all share, and everyone is young at one point in life. Gender, sex is possible, but less frequent. Theory of change, I think, very important about the carefulness of the defining targets and how the science behind it has to be key if we want to be accountable. Implementation and coordination, here also implementation, language, domestication, and how we coordinate across countries, across regs, and across framework. And for trade, coordination is essential. If actors are not coordinated, it makes trade much more difficult. And finally, especially for technical working group, we don't have a lot to say, but on technical working group 13, here also the question of data monitoring and transparency seems to me pretty important. And I'm done.
Thank you so much, David. You did it. You saved me 7 seconds. So thank you very much. Yes. With that, we'll go to the technical working group number 7. The presenter, please. No. You get yours. The one David had. This is for the chair. It is over there. It's over there. Yeah, you know.
You want to make sure you still have me on a short list.
Yes.
Thank you, Director, and also thank you for telling me yesterday that time divided by 2 is the number of slides that we want to see. So I'm sure I'll keep to time because of that guidance. I want to talk about our response to inputs that we received from day 2 when we presented our report. I'm not going to say everything that's in the report, but I can assure you that there was a lot of work that was done to ensure that we cover as much as possible the inputs that we received, and I'm very happy to mention that we had a very dedicated and hardworking group of people in Technical Working Group 7, and they put in a lot of work, and I'm really proud to have been a part of such a hardworking group. I think over the past few days, our appreciation of resilience as a group, following the discussions from the first day, has really deepened, and I think we've really used that to strengthen our understanding of the subject matter and our conception as well, which has really helped in terms of how we are approaching resilience building. We are diverse with respect to views, with respect to how we approach different things, which to me was really a very good thing. But it also, pointed that we really need to understand the context if we are to get it right. If we are to build resilience, context is very important, because what works in one part of the continent or in one part of the country even is not going to always work everywhere. So that was a really important point. With respect to good practice, examples of what is working, we were very fortunate to get a lot of input and examples, things that we can really build upon going forward. Many of those have informed how we have, approached the report that we're putting together. But going forward, I think our understanding of how we need to approach resilience has really been enriched by, that practice. That said, I must say that we also recognize that there are major gaps with respect to our understanding of resilience, particularly when we consider the fact that now we are taking a much broader approach. We're looking at a whole suite of other shocks that we had not really, focused on beyond climate in the last couple of years. So we really need deeper understanding, studies to do that better, and also to understand how these shocks are transmitted, across different groups and different, different value chain. So we need that work, and as part of our recommendations, we've actually highlighted that we want to see more work to understand this better, and to also, do better in terms of how we formulate, the response measures aligned with some of the shocks that we have not really been, perhaps investing in understanding as much as other areas like climate, for example, where I believe there's really been some solid work, done there. I want to go back to some of the responses, some of the inputs that we received when we presented our report earlier on. I think one of the overarching message was that we need to go beyond climate, when we think about shocks that we need to respond to. So that was a very clear message, and our group really spent time trying to figure out, how we demonstrate, and satisfy you as well that we've really looked at that and we've thoroughly, examined and explored the full suite of shocks that we need to take into account. So there's, now very strong emphasis and clarity, I think, in the report in terms of the fact that we're looking at a full suite of shocks well beyond the limited focus on climate that was typical for Malabo. In terms of how we have now started characterizing the shocks themselves, I think in that background, the discussions from this house were really useful in helping us to characterize the shocks, which is really important because I think that directs where we want to go with respect to the measures that we think need to be a part of the consideration within within Post-Malabo. And another strong message was also around the fact that shocks are not gender neutral. We really focused. We spent time on really understanding from our group in terms of how shocks transmit across different groups: women, youth, children, people with disabilities, small island states, indigenous people. These are just examples of the peculiarities that are specific to some of these groups that really need to inform the way you approach, resilience building in each of those groups. So we took recognition of the fact that you really need to spend time understanding better, how, all these different, very specific groups have different needs, they have different contextual circumstances on our continent, and these need to really inform how you approach, resilience building. And the realization that many of them also are disproportionately shouldering the burden of the impact of these shocks with respect to their livelihoods, that was very clear. And I think that's the point of departure that you need to really, work from. And yeah, obviously the need to tailor your responses, to build resilience based on that understanding, was really also a focus of our group as we worked through the comments that we received from yourselves. So the other element with respect to conversations that we had in plenary that we took to our group, the diversified livelihoods, and as an approach, I think we were, fortunate to get examples of, the benefit of diversity with respect to, someone is hacking my presentation. But the message was very clear that diversified food systems are a huge part of how we actually tackle, the resilience challenge. And the other point also talks about the need to fully embrace the agri-food system approach and go beyond just dealing with resilience at the production level. You need to look beyond production, and you need to truly embrace the entire system to the extent that you want to look at resilience building, at the various levels, from a very local level at the household level, to a meso level, all the way to the national level. So, you really need to understand that these are, very specific actions that you need for each. I thought I should highlight some of what I believe could be, take-home messages from our group. I think the most resonating one to me was the fact that resilience building is a long journey. It's not something you can do a quick fix about. You really need to stay the course. You need to have skin in the game for a long time. In fact, I think one of the message was you need permanent investment in resilient building. It's not something that you go in and out. You need to go in there and you stay the course. It's not going to happen through some shortcut or some quick fix. And really investing in building the capacities that we need for us to really become better at understanding resilience building. It's not an easy, matter to grapple with, and to really become better at formulating the policies that you require, formulating the response measures that you require. It was, agreed within our group to say it has to be a part of what we recommend, that investments need to be made to build the resilience, the capacities that we need, to become better at resilience building, and without capacities, we are going to struggle. So, I think it's really an important message that came from our group. And again, just to really applaud the group, the work that was done, by this group. I mentioned earlier that I'm really proud of not even just the past few days before we came here, the level of support and interaction from wherever people are was amazing, and I was in the middle of that, so I can attest to how much it was happening there. And this is just the list of institutions that were represented in our group. All of them really participated, and I can see almost throughout the list we had at one point in the in our discussions they were involved, and I'm really happy to see the enthusiasm, the energy, and the consistency with which we've gotten them to support the work of the group. So I want to stop there, but again, just take this opportunity to really thank all members of our technical working groups for fantastic work, and I couldn't be prouder to be part of such a really wonderful group of people to work with.
Thank you. Thank you, Manyeu. Right, so we now go to technical working group number 8. The presenter for 8.
My slide, please. Good morning, everyone. So I hope I'm not standing between you and lunch. I will get it over quickly. Yeah, but lunch is still close. Okay. I hope the slide is there.
Slides for group 8. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I'm here to present the feedback we received from you, how we incorporated it into our work. So we were about 8 here in Lusaka that took the feedback, had some reflections on them. We're lucky to have 3 people join us to make more inputs. So basically the feedback were in trying to indicate the alignment of our chapter to various international commitments, to indicate the shift from Malabo to Kampala. There were issues raised on gender and youth dimensions of climate change, the need for early response system, and not only early warning. Food sovereignty issues came up, diversification, including livestock, and also farmer header conflict issues. And the last sets were also in the area of irrigation, the fact that water is not available equally across the continent, and the need to promote water harvesting, promoting improved variety, as well as the capacity that is needed to do that. And the last but not the least had to do with emissions measurements. So in terms of the revision that we did, they were in 2 main categories. The first one was more of what the team members felt need to change after our presentation. So we had to restructure our section on the scope and rationale to give it more meaning and more compelling, also strengthen the chapter in terms of the evidence that needs to be provided, and also in terms of, sorry, in terms of the outline, try to make some to avoid repetitions, and also worked on key messages. And for the feedback, they were captured under 4 main priority actions under technological innovations, institutional reforms, policy measures, and then innovative finance mechanisms. And so the sections that have been highlighted were the main sections within which the feedback were incorporated. So we're lucky to have Helen joining us. So she provided a lot of input to do with aquaculture and fisheries, which was initially completely absent in our work. We incorporated the irrigation-related issues under the climate smart irrigation system, talking about expansion. The issues on the indigenous crops, food sovereignty, and indigenous knowledge were also captured under the cropping system diversification. And also there was also issue of food loss, post-harvest management, which we ensure that we incorporated here. The issue of greenhouse gas measurement was also captured under the data availability, quality, and the use of measuring mitigation and adaptation actions. And then we had the next set that has to do with policy measures. And here we again strengthen the issues with the indigenous knowledge as well as the food sovereignty, and also ensure that the youth and women issues or gender was well captured to ensure that policies are intentional in ensuring that this sector of our population are well represented. Then we had 4 key messages that came out of our group. Unfortunately, I was not sure I'll have enough time, so I hid those slides, but they were basically in 4 sections. The first one talking about increase the development, scaling, and adoption of climate smart agriculture. And then, so there we talked mainly about the need to even go beyond working at the national level and also consider cross-boundary issues, especially where it deals with resources that are trans-boundary. And then the second one was on reliable greenhouse gas data measurements. And under that, we talked about the need for capacity building and investment in that area to be able to measure and report and know what exactly we are doing. And then on the enabling policies and institutions that are required to ensure that, climate smart agricultural technologies and practices that we want to promote are able to work. And then finally, but not the least, had to do with attracting climate finance. And without financing, I think we will not be able to implement the actions that we intend to carry out. So basically, these are the areas within which our key messages evolved. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dilis, for presenting on behalf of Technical Working Group number 8. Now, may I invite the presenter for Technical Working Group number 9?
Yes, they are here, my members. Yeah, thank you so much. You can see the clap. It means that we did justice to the document. And therefore, to be very happy for what we have done. Please, can we have slides? And maybe a general comment that I also want to give is that one, the group agreed that all the technical working group should be able to mainstream issues of youth, women, and persons with the disability. That's we defined them as marginalized group in all the technical working groups. So it's important that we do that as other technical working groups. Thank you so much. So that is the cover page that we have. So let's go to the issues that were raised during the plenary on day 2. I don't have the. Okay, we had the following issues that were raised. One is social norms. We did address that issues of social norm. And of course, we did address them in the situation analysis of our document. Somebody said we have not kind of included and revised our naives and the naives. We want to say that that is also done, and therefore we had created relevant indicators. Of course, you will understand that the youth in agribusiness are already doing the review of the indicators, and therefore they have included that in their review. Equally, in the theory of change, we are told that we should be able to use the theory of change of the regional economic communities using the protocol establishing the regional economic communities. And therefore, we believe technical working group number 10 will take care of that. And therefore, we are also giving input in terms of including the theory of change. Equally, in terms of empowerment and access to productive resources, we say the two are separate because you can access the resources and you cannot make use of them. Therefore, access and empowerment are two different things. Equally, we said if you have to access resources such as land, there is an issue to do with the utilization of the land. Therefore, for instance, your father or your parents will give you land, and at the end of the day, you go and sell the land without using it. That does not mean that there is no access to land. But how do you utilize the land and have control over the land? Equally, we said it's not only access to land, but the land should be a secured land. And this is basically talking about security of land to women. Equally, we went and mentioned that if you have to access credits, therefore, we needed tailored-made credits for the young people, for the women, and products that come out from the commercial institutions like the banks, like the development institutions, and other stakeholders. They should be tailored, and their tailoring should be made specific for the young people as well as the women and marginalized groups. In terms of in the AU Business Council, of course, there is the African Union Business Council that's already established. We have the African Union Agribusiness Apex Chamber, which is already established. Therefore, these are institutions that are already in place. We don't need to create a new ones. In terms of platforms for making agriculture very attractive for the young people, definitely the use of digitalization is there, the use of IA is there, and equally we said, why don't we use the social media for us to make agriculture very attractive? You can understand that people are in TikTok, people are in Facebook, they are in Twitter, but none of the people do tweet, none of the persons do produce videos on TikTok on agriculture, but rather maybe they're in the disco halls, or maybe they're somewhere. So why don't you make agriculture very attractive so that we're able to tweet about it, we're able to TikTok about it, so that then it attracts the young people. Yes, and then the next item is legal and regulatory framework. Of course, this was captured in the drivers of change, and throughout our document, we captured legal and regulatory framework. And now let me go to the document for the justice that we have done. Of course, we had the background. We gave you a background about agriculture on the continent, and we said why it is very important. We also too gave you the issues that are involved in agriculture, that is social norms, gender inequalities, the issue of women constituting the large number of the agricultural workforce, the issue of the young people becoming the majority on the continent, and they will continue to be majority, the challenges faced by these young people, the challenges faced by the women, the challenges faced by the marginalized group, we equally realize that there is already a lack of inclusivity. And when you look at the biennial reviews of all these years, inclusivity has never been part of the Malabo commitment. And those becomes the reasons as to why we said, if all these are the issues that are facing the young people, issues facing the women, and issues facing the marginalized group, why don't we justify for be able to include them in the next agenda of the CADAP? And that is what we call the Post-Malabo agenda. And we gave justification. For reason, we found out that there are studies that were carried out, and few of the indicators that are in the current CADAP, in the current biennial review, indicates that when we involve these groups, there will be an increase in productivity. People will be informed in making decisions. There will be innovation and entrepreneurship. We shall be able to optimize the resources as well as promote social justice to all. And we said the drivers of change that has caused this are, one, our regulatory frameworks, digitalization and innovation, investment in agriculture, which is driving the continent, social protection, which is key and has never appeared in some of the documents we have on the continent, then the issue of consumption pattern, climate change, which is a matter of current interest to everyone else, including the issue of demographic change for the young people on the continent, as well as the current regional integration, including the continental integration. Those are items that we need to see that they drive the young people, the women, and the marginalized group in the agro-food system. We look at the future outlook. What do we see? We see that the population of the young people will continue to grow, and as it grows, it provides us that opportunity to cultivate and produce more. We have high level of urbanizations. Climate risks continue to pose a threat, and we need to address that matter, as well as the consuming preference that is currently happening. The issue of digitalization, innovation, and mechanization, and we combined that with the IA, which is artificial intelligence, and the continental free trade area that has come into existence, and we need to make use of it. And that is the future that we are looking at. What do we want to see? We want to see that we have access to productive resources and services. As I said, those productive resources you should be able to access it. You should be able to have control over it. And then you should be able to make use of it. It's not only accessing it. If you access it and you don't make use of it and you don't have control over it, it's as useless as not having it. So that is the greatest comment we found in the group. Equally, empowerment of young people, empowerment of women is critical. We need to make sure that innovation, and also we said digitalization, yes, technology is there, but is it affordable? Can people afford the technology that we are talking about? Therefore, we need to make sure that even other rudimentary technology that are coming up, or we have now, we need to improve them. And therefore, we also have to make use of them. Equally, policy frameworks, we need to make sure that they include all these groups. Then we need to be able to make sure that they are very sustainable. Then we need to expand and strengthen our access to markets and trade. Equally, what has been missing, as I said, social protection has been missing and has not taken into consideration the rest of the society. And what we want to see in the next 10 years, that we need to foster an inclusive growth of everyone else. We need to adopt relevant technologies. We need to enhance markets and have access and control and utilization of these resources, as well as access to financial resources. That is what we have as an inclusive group. And we did justice to the document, please don't worry. Thank you.
Thank you, Kennedy, for presenting on behalf of Technical Working Group number 9. So we have had now our 4 presentations, and as agreed, we want to have a quick discussion on them before we go to the last set of the 4 technical working groups. So let me have hands from people who would like to make comments, ask questions on the last for presentation. This time I start from this side. This side, and this side means this column. So I see Amare, I see the lady here, I see Chris. So I have 3 hands. Okay, this is the 4th. So let's start with those 4. Oh, 5. Okay, 5 hands from this side. Then we come this side. Yes, Amare was number 1, the gentleman at the column.
Thank you, Director. My comment is to the group on boosting intra-Africa trade. A minor and quick comment. On the recommendation related to food safety, one of their point was to recommend to establish the Africa Food Safety Agency. So I just wanted to inform the group that this is work in progress. So I would suggest the recommendations should be to fast track establishment of the Food Safety Agency instead of to establish it. I thought this comment will be of interest to the bigger group as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Amare. Next was the lady here.
Thank you. My comment is for Technical Working Group 8, the ones dealing with mitigation and adaptation to climate change for agri-food systems. Just one comment. I didn't hear aloud on biodiesel crops or green energy as a mitigation measure to climate issues, and also the issue of promoting agroforestry and forest cover. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, quite specific. Next is Chris Muyunda. Behind.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Chris Mayunda here from Musika. Just to indicate that in the group for inclusivity, in terms of developing capacity by the youth, the women, the marginalized groups, for them to take advantage of the opportunities that are available in entrepreneurship, the capacity building route, one of the capacity building route that is appropriate for women and youth, once again, is business incubation. And so we would like to ensure that it is included here as a modality for building capacity for women and youth to take up opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I believe this was number 4 here, then number 5.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joe, smallholder farmer. Very excited with group number 6, I guess, in terms of the linkages. And I hope maybe other groups could also take that one moving forward. But my question is, I didn't see much in terms of informal cross-border traders, which makes about 30% to 40% of the trade volumes in Africa. And I think that's very critical in terms of trading food and ensure that the deficit area, they have also safe, nutritious, and adequate food. Number 2 is in terms of, in the same group, in terms of the trade, we see Africa is taking different routes, and we know some countries accepting GMO probably might be problematic in terms of trading to the others. How do we see that one? And number 3 is in terms of which precaution are we taking to ensure that the African free continental trade areas is not in the back door, flooding again Africa with cheap imported food, because that is very critical also from the industrialization, agro-processing group talked about. The last one is on the inclusivity. I didn't see much in terms of the summer domestication, the AU summer. That's to do with the mechanization. We have a very good document at the AUC that's talked about the same, which will help smallholder farmers, particularly women, to spend less time in the farm and have time also for themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last commenter from this side.
Mine is for technical group number 7. I totally agree that we really need to widen the scope of shocks. And in Africa, we see a lot of conflict or wars that are, I can say, political conflicts. I don't know whether the group considered how do we prepare for such type of shocks in Africa, because they might even be more damaging than the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's come this side now. Okay, starting with number 1 up to number 30. Looks like everybody wants to comment from this side. What's going on? Okay, we'll start from the front. Number 1 million, Namukolo, and then we go like that. Yeah. Because I mean, we'll go table by table, okay? We start with this table here. Yeah, it will be easier that way. Because I can't give numbers, there are just too many.
Okay.
But be brief, please.
Okay, so my comment is on the technical group climate change. In terms of strengthening the recommendation on gender, and you only mentioned engaging women and youth in climate-related policies. So I thought there can be more recommendations, for example, on institutional actions. You can recommend under extension services and capacity building, tailoring extension services to the needs of women smallholder farmers by adapting participatory extension methodologies, and also increasing the number of female extension agents, and then also incorporating gender transformative methodologies that employ social and behavioral change approaches, and to help challenge discriminatory gender norms that prevent women from exercising their agency. So it will be good if you strengthen the recommendation on gender. Thank you.
Thank you. Pass the microphone to Million on the next table.
Thank you very much. I endorse the comment from the farmer, Joe, and add that cross-border trading is very much important. You know, Africans should trade among themselves, but the level of capacity in control, as we know, is very weak. So how do we deal with trading in genetically edited crops is a very big agenda. And also the patenting issue, IPR, and the patenting issue. The patenting issue is beneficial according to the study on the existing the African continental free trade area. It addresses the interests of the bigger companies rather than farmers. So what's going to happen to them? The knowledge of farmers is increasingly being patented now. So how are we addressing that? The two really good groups, I mean, in terms of the presentation, and groups 7 and 8. One thing that I missed there was the future outlook, agroecology. It addresses both the adaptation and also the mitigation agenda. The African group of negotiators in UNFCCC has recommended agroecology for a future topic. So already our negotiators are adapting agroecology. We know a number of countries are also developing an agroecology strategy. So I think we should include agroecology there. My last comment will be on the inclusivity and equity. I don't know why it is focused on women and youth and persons of disability. What about millions of farmers and fisher folks and indigenous peoples and pastoralists? Are they already included? I think the agenda, the title as it is existing, is very broad, and we have limited it to certain groups. I know they need inclusivity. I'm not opposing that, but it's much more broader. Thank you.
Thank you. Pass the microphone to Namukolo.
Thank you very much, Chair. My comment is on the theme of capacity, straddling technical working group 6, 7, and 9. The first one is on the issue of food safety and whether or not we need an institution to worry about food safety as part of trade on the African continent. We have challenges on the continent in terms of struggling with the types of investments that are required to start and grow institutions to maturity. And so my recommendation here is that rather than think of a completely new institution, we look at what we already have. AUD and NEPAD has got a group that is looking at food safety. Can we start there and then have whatever they do grow into an institution at some point if needed? Which brings me to the next issues in terms that when we are talking about capacities, I think we need to bring on board the issue of our academic institutions. I would argue that CADEP is not as visible across African academic institutions as it ought to be. I know the University of Pretoria is an exception, but even there, I think it is very useful to us beginning to look at CADEP becoming an element in our curriculum development for our institutions. It is an entire African continent program that really, if we picked up and we start having our MSc and PhD students doing their projects around how we make this program work for countries and the continent, that would be very useful. Which brings me to the last bit with Technical Working Group 9 on the youth. We really look to the youth to serve us and take us to a more sustainable future. But even high-income countries are struggling to get the youth into agriculture. There too, the agriculture folk are becoming older and older and older. So I think as we think of bringing youth into agriculture, we need to look beyond assumptions like perhaps it's investments, perhaps it's lack of access to land, which they might get and sell. We need to really interrogate this very deeply to come up with proper things that might actually help us bring the youth in, because it's not isolated to Africa. That's a global problem at the moment. Thank you.
I think we'll have to dig your brain a little bit more. There were some discussions on that became heated, and Boaz was not the cause. Next. Stand up because there were just too many. So let's come to this table. Yeah, then we'll go like that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you,
be brief,
Chair.
please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. At least thank you for seeing this direction. This is a very quick one for Technical Working Group number 6 on boosting inter-Africa trade. On the linkages with other technical working groups, Technical Working Group number 5 has been changed, and maybe this is for the benefit of all the other technical working groups. Technical Working Group number 5 is on agro-industrialization. So please adjust your linkage with that perspective. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Augusta, next to Paul.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question goes to Group 7, Manu. I wonder how the issue of insurance was dealt with in your group. I missed the presentation, but today you were only discussing the comments. I know, but I don't know if this issue has been handled either in your group or in a different group, which have not necessarily followed. I'm also suggesting that just like Group 6 did, if you still have time between now and end of the month, 2 days time, you may want to establish, if possible, a slide that shows the linkages between your technical working groups, the areas that you've covered, and others, because yours is very central. It touches on almost everything.
just like trade. So it will be good to have this kind of illustration, if possible, if time allows. There was one comment that your group is very close / similar to what Technical Working Group number 8 was assigned to do. I guess this has been discussed in your group. It will be important, if possible, if time allows, to maybe say something about that, how you've been able to build the bridges. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to this table. Come on. Let's
Moderator.
be fair.
Okay. Later. And thanks to the presenters for the fantastic presentations. My question is going to TWG 6 on inter-Africa trade. I didn't hear much of the traceability systems, because when you talk about trade, we should ensure that we have traceability systems. We need to trace where the products are coming from, especially the food products that we have. And also in of law enforcement on trade enforcement.
Can we get a working microphone? Looks like the battery of that one is dying.
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Okay, so the other issue is on the law enforcement. Stringent standards in place in Africa, then we become a dumping ground. The other issue is on the regional national food control systems. That is the border control systems. We have to ensure that we have enough capacity in strengthening all systems in place. And issue of harmonization is my last point. We can't do harmonization without putting the RECs on the forefront. There is, for example, the SADC EAC and COMESA tripartite on accelerating trade in East and Southern Africa. So we need to ensure that we bring the RECs at the forefront when we talk about inter-Africa trade. Thank you.
Thank you. At the beginning, everybody was disciplined. They were asking one question. Now we keep increasing to 2, 3. Mary, one question.
Oh, I stand. Okay, thank you. It's not a question. It's really more of a comment and an observation that, throughout the technical groups that have just shared, we've brought in a lot of technology issues, which is also reflected in the emerging technologies, digitalization, the climate smart agriculture technologies, where we need to bring in, the sensing and remote sensing technologies, as well as the renewable energy, mechanization, and automation. So I really wanted just to make a request to see how the groups can integrate this with the technical working group 13, so that we do not end up, 4, so that we don't end up having duplication of efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Now the table behind you. There is that lady here. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Technical Working Group 6 to 9. Wanted to just echo the issue of consistency that's been brought up. I think the other technical working groups, the technology that they're probably pushing for and what is showing up in Technical Working Group 8, there is inconsistency. And I think we need to sort of agree in terms of the food systems approach that we are pushing for Post-Malabo. The issues that have been coming up from the farmers have been issues to do with the agroecology system. And yet I think we're still sticking to the climate smart agriculture system. So I think it's an issue to Group 8 on the consistency. I think once we consolidate, that consistency will be needed through and through, because essentially we do want the farmers that have been part of the process and in the room to feel that they are being heard and their issues are being taken on the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To this table. Benoit.
Yeah, thank you, Director, and good morning to you all, colleagues. So, Director, permit me, since this is the first time I'm taking the floor since I came to this meeting. So, allow me to present myself. I'm Dr. Benoit Nyolonfin. I'm the Global SPS Sanitary and Phytosanitary Lead for CABI, which is the Center of Agriculture and Bioscience International, covering Africa, Asia, Americas, and part of Europe. So, colleague, director, my comment will have two parts, a general comment and then a specific one. So general comment, I see that there are interconnectivity between technical group number 2, 3, 4, and 6, which is trade. So I think that here we have opportunity to really do justice to the document, the final document that should be reflected, that interconnectivity between technical working group 2, 3, 4, 6. And the specificity here is about sanitary and phytosanitary measures. As we have at the global level, the framework of WTO SPS agreement, which really provide provisions as how countries should really implement. And then that is what my final recommendation will come. But when I look at the document of trade, ladies and gentlemen, this document was weak when we look at the SPS, what have been put in there. And colleague, the member states of the African Union, they have adopted a few years ago the SPS indicators, which has the SPS index. And I do believe that in this trade report, which will inform further action, we should have highlighted the performance of countries in relation to those indicators. I think that should be added to the report.
Thank you.
On biotechnology, I still have 2 points. On biotechnology, that will permit me.
Go straight.
Yeah, on biotechnology.
Issues are known. Simply ask your question directly.
Yes, on biotechnology, I do believe that also we should really stress biotechnology, as my sister was saying from AUIBA, that it is an opportunity for us now, to really embark in the next 10 years on those biotechnology products. And there are many examples out there, AATF and many others. But finally, Director, my recommendation will be that especially for the technical working group number 6, some of the recommendation will be to strengthen capacity, SPS capacity at national level as related to article number 4 of the SPS agreement, which talk about equivalence. Article number 3, which talk about harmonization.
We have got it, emphasize SPS at national level.
Yeah.
That's the point, yeah?
Here, we have opportunity for the next 10 years to really emphasize on those one and build countries' capacity in these specific areas. That's what I'm emphasizing on. And then that should be reflected in the report, especially for group number 6. And then I want to list them quickly in 30 seconds. Harmonization.
Discipline is important.
Yeah, Director. Equivalence, pest and disease free areas establishment, transparency provisions, and then lastly, inspection, certification, and approval procedures. By doing so, we should be able to do justice to trade and then the other component. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Can you submit something written to that group? If you are that passionate about it, I suggest you interact bilaterally with the group and provide that text and see if they can consider including it. But please, short comments. So now let's move to the other column. Yeah, those are the last 4 hands I will take. Starting with Adama, then this lady, that lady, and the gentleman, Abaka. Those are the last 4 hands I'm taking.
All right, thank you.
The target is to leave, is to complete these 4 at 1 o'clock in the next 16 minutes. So we have to allow time for response from the presenters so that by 1 o'clock we are out of here for lunch. And then we'll come back in the afternoon to complete the last 4 technical working groups. So Adama.
Yeah, thank you very much. 2 things for technical working group 6. On payment and settlement system, I didn't see it in their own report, but they are making reference to say it should be in technical working group 2. So the question is, we're talking about trade and payment and settlement system. It's something that is critical to trade, even among the regions and also within the continent. So that needs to come out clearly on who takes responsibility in developing that, rather than say there is a linkage with technical working group 2. The issue around market access also didn't come out clearly from the technical working group in terms of formal and informal access to market for smallholders. So it will be important if we can really bring that information out on what will happen in Post-Malabo that enhances market access for smallholder farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The lady. Oh, you can give it to Abaka. So since I didn't give numbers, then we come to the last 2 in front.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ma question s'adresse au groupe thématique numéro 8 qui a parlé de l'atténuation des changements climatiques et adaptation aux systèmes alimentaires. En fait, nous savons que quand on parle de système agroalimentaire, on est obligé dans un futur proche d'encourager l'installation soit des petites unités de transformation ou soit des grandes unités de transformation, bien sûr agroalimentaires, qui ont besoin d'utiliser des ressources, le sol, les ressources naturelles telles que l'eau, l'eau souterraine, l'eau de surface, ainsi de suite. Ce qui va poser dans l'avenir la problématique de surexploitation et de surutilisation de ces ressources-là. Et le groupe n'a pas proposé quel modèle ou modèle économique, bien sûr, de système agroalimentaire on a besoin dans le futur pour installer. Est-ce que c'est des petites unités de transformation ou des grandes unités de transformation? Merci.
Merci. Eddie.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. En fait, j'adresse une recommandation au groupe 6 qui s'est focalisé sur les commerces à travers la ZELCAF. Et pourtant, les jeunes et les femmes et petits commerçants transfrontaliers sont ceux qui subissent des discriminations pour faire traverser la marchandise. Je crois qu'il fallait aussi intégrer ces structures qui facilitent ces jeunes et ces femmes, petits commerçants transfrontaliers. Par exemple, les régimes commerciaux simplifiés, RECOS du COMESA, qui facilitent le petit commerçant transfrontalier et les petits producteurs à faire les échanges commerciaux par groupage. Et ces programmes les aident à éliminer les obstacles en cas de traversée de leurs marchandises dans différents pays du COMESA. Ma deuxième recommandation, c'est pour le groupe 9 dont je fais partie. Je voulais qu'on puisse insister sur les nouvelles formations en faveur des jeunes pour la transformation agroalimentaire. Les jeunes ne sont pas vraiment sensibles ou ne veulent pas intégrer le secteur agricole parce qu'avant, c'était un secteur qui était laissé à une catégorie de personnes. Je crois qu'avec cet agenda, on peut voir des formations qui peuvent susciter les jeunes ou les encourager à intégrer le secteur agricole. Vous voyez, par exemple, les pays occidentaux et les Américains, ils ont laissé la rubrique, par exemple, pour les cafés. Ce sont des jeunes qui sont formés en technique de torréfaction et barista. Et ce sont eux qui donnent vraiment la valeur au café. Le café est plus produit en Afrique, mais ceux qui viennent torréfier et déguster les cafés, ce sont des jeunes Américains ou des jeunes Européens. Si aussi en Afrique, on pouvait vraiment former les jeunes dans des techniques
agricole pour la transformation de nos produits, ça pouvait plus les susciter à intégrer les secteurs agricoles. Merci.
The last hand.
Thanks. Or a smallholder woman farmer. My comment is more on agroecology. Let's deepen our understanding. Let's deepen our outlook to say agroecology is a must to climate change. As Africa, most of our countries are hit by climate change, and our risk and assumption is that as the global warming is also at par, that means we will be having a lot of shocks, we'll be having a lot of emergencies, and we need a solution to climate change, and agroecology is a must. And the last one is on GMOs. Let's do more research on GMOs, because as women farmers, when we're advocating, you always say we need research, we need the report. So let's do more on research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last commenter on the presentations. We have 10 minutes to get responses from the 4 presenters, each one 2.5 minutes. So starting with technical working group number 6. David.
Yes, thanks a lot for the comments. So first, in the report, we have a longer section on SPS. We refer to existing framework. We refer to the Annex 7 of the IFFTA that connect things. And of course, there is a continental framework on food safety. On SPS also from 2019. So I think we have this reference. We will check to make sure they are clear or clearer. We also have several sections on ICBT. So not just informal trade, but also unrecorded trade. We refer to the methodology that has been agreed at the continental level. And now, so that's for the kind of data and monitoring. But of course, we talk about inclusiveness and trade facilitation, in particular for smallholders, small traders. And the question of simplified trading regime is already referred to. And so we acknowledge also the role of the RECs and how they are playing an important role. On this, also on the SPS, on the harmonization of the norm, but we also refer to mutual recognition. Just on SPS, we talk about in the report on the regulatory aspect, but also the needed infrastructure and investment, so to get labs and things like this. So I think actually we are well covered. Means of payment of implementation, in the report there is a subsection on it. In the recommendation we link it to finance, but we talk also about the regional platform of payment and the continental one and the dynamics. So when we see that things are ongoing, yes, we talk about fast track, we talk about domestication, implementation, in some case we talk about establishment, and we will check the language regarding the African Food Safety Agency. Maybe just to conclude, we don't refer explicitly on traceability because for us that's one aspect of the different norms and regulation that of course play a role at different level, from the rules of origin to aspect linked to SPS, linked to specific value chain. But yes, we have 25 pages, so we cannot write a book on trade integration. But also because traceability for the private sector and the public sector means different things. It should be a whole aspect. And we don't want to rewrite also what has been done within the IFCFTA under the protocols. And there is a lot of space in the IFCFTA context for reviewing and adjusting this element. But thanks for all your comments, and we will come back to the document just to add some references or clarify some language.
Okay, thank you, David. Next is number 7, and Manyewu is the person. Oh, it's Nuru. Okay, I like the sharing of responsibilities. You have your 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Nuru, and I'm with the World Food Program, the representative to African Union and ECA. I'm a member of the group. That's why I'm responding on behalf of the group. They did all the technical work, and I also have to contribute. Two questions came up. One was conflicts in Africa and the importance of that. And the second question was insurance and risk, if I believe that's the second question. So in terms of conflicts, we have tried to reflect that in the document. We said, for example, there are 36 conflicts in Africa. 4 of them are more than 25 years old. We've tried to put the background in there. The bottom line is this. What we're doing in terms of post-Malabo can never succeed if we have conflict areas. It's as simple as that. If we don't reflect this in our document, that we strongly stand against conflicts and unconstitutional change of governments and things like that, where you have conflicts, it is not going to move forward. That is straightforward. So the political responses are good, but we still have to have responses from the people level, which is where the resilience comes in, and also food security. The second aspect of that is in terms of we need to look at it from a regional approach, because a conflict in one country will spill over into other countries. We have seen this now in Sudan, we have seen it in Sahel. So you cannot look at your country as saying you are independent, you have to look at the region because it's going to have implications and complications. So we have to definitely make sure that the Malabo, what we are doing right now, strongly stands against conflict in Africa and will be used as a tool or as a platform to advocate for peace on the continent for us to achieve post-Malabo. The second question was on risk and insurance. Yes, and this comes down to the resilience area, but I think what we are seeing, Godfrey, here is that there's a lot of cross-cutting areas, and I think when we move to the next stage now, we will try and see how we can condense this as we move forward. But 3 clear things come up. One is conflict, the second is food security, and the third is resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuru. On behalf of Technical Working Group number 7, before we go to 8, who is Mr. Oscar Chita? Who is Oscar Chita? He's not in the room, but if you know him and have his contact, the Secretariat office wants to see him now. With that, we go to Technical Working Group number 8, Dilis.
Yes, so thank you for the questions. I think there were 3 main issues. One to do with agroforestry, then agroecology, and then gender. For agroforestry, that has been taken care of in our documents. It came under 3 different priority actions under climate smart agriculture, for the crop sector as well as for the livestock sector, and also under diversification, where we talk about silvo pastoral systems. And under the livestock sector, it was really promoted because of evidence that suggests that dietary adjustment for livestock with leguminous species has a potential to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. So those were clearly taken care of. On the issue of biodiesel, that was not something we looked at. The team didn't see it as a priority, but if there's a general feeling from the group, then we can consider it. Then on gender, I think we'll take the gender comments more as a input, and I'll see you to see how best we can strengthen that aspect. And then the almighty agroecology. So we have several aspects of elements of agroecology suggested as technologies for what we are doing under climate smart agriculture priority action. The challenge with agroecology is that you need to, because the benefits will come in a long term, you need to own the land, and land ownership is an issue. So that is one challenge. And then also, most of our soils are depleted. And if you want to just suggest the use of only the organic materials, which is highly recommendable, as a soil scientist would say, The challenge there is getting the quantities that are required to make the desired impact. So we cannot shy away from the use of the inorganics in addition to this. But we have taken elements of agroecology and then included it in our document. But we'll take a second look at the final chapter and see how we can beef it up further. I think those were the main issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, technical working group number 9.
Thank you. We had a question from Chairperson on capacity building for incubation. As I said, our group did justice to the document, and therefore incubation group is represented there very well, and we have included it in one of the strategies. Number 2, someone asked about mechanization. We also included mechanization, and we made reference to SAMA. And again, you can be able to see that we said technology, including mechanization, should be locally, to be affordable, and to be efficient. And we have also recommended in terms of education, especially TVET, that takes into account technology. In terms of informal cross-border traders, it also featured in our group very well. And by the way, we had included also everyone. For instance, somebody also asked about pastoralists. We had it defined in the glossary in terms of marginalized group. In fact, even we who were men in the group, we become marginalized. So we also included ourselves as part of the, so you can see how we are vulnerable men in the group. So that gave us that kind of courage also to define. So we had to define several pastoralists, fishermen, indigenous people, persons with disability. Even professor said he has no eyes, his eyes are not working, he's also vulnerable. So it's special needs. So that's how we had been very inclusive in terms of our understanding. In terms of somebody, I mean, there's a question on insurance. You can know how inclusive we are. We also took into consideration insurance, and that's why we had what we call social protection in terms of our documents. So we had included everything. Only that we cannot project it here. But if you see the document, it's very inclusive. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. And at 2 minutes past 1 p.m., we have come to the end of the morning session for considering the technical working groups. Let's take lunch and come back at 2. I'm sure by 3, I want to release you so that you can see more of Lusaka. So let's take lunch quickly and come back at exactly 2 p.m. so that we can complete the remaining 4 technical working groups and get into the closing session here. So, bon appetit. The session will resume in 3 minutes.
Okay, let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. I have given you an extra 15 minutes. So let's get started so that I can release you earlier. I mean, earlier so that you can enjoy the rest of the evening, afternoon. So please take your seats. Those outside in the corridors, please come back to the room. So presenters for technical working groups 10, 11, 12, 13, please get ready. The technicians be ready to screen the presentations. Yeah. Okay, let's get started. May I invite the presenter for technical working group number 10 to make their presentation. Technical working group number 10. People are still taking dessert. I skipped my dessert so that I can come back here. It's up to you. I can sit up to 6 p.m. Yeah. Colleagues in the corridor, please come back to the room. We need to get started. Technical working group number 10 is the presenter. The last time I checked was John Ulimwengu. So who is presenting? John Ulimwengu or Guido? Yes, go ahead, Guido. Yes, so the microphone, I need the 2 microphones, one for me, one for the presenter. And we need to have the clicker for the presenter.
This works.
Okay, good afternoon. To be the first presenter in the afternoon, right after lunch is always difficult. Let me try my best. So first of all, let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Guido Geisler. I'm with the African Union Commission. I'm the team leader of the AU-Germany Agriculture Policy Dialogue. So I will make a short presentation on the theory of change, and hopefully then we can have a discussion later on. So you might remember that we presented actually the theory of change. I'm making now an effort to unpack the theory of change for you so that we can have a little bit of a more discussions how this actually is supposed to work. So as we presented last time, this hasn't changed. We still are the impact level. We have a long-term vision. African agri-food systems are sustainable, resilient to shocks, and include inclusive delivery, economic prosperity, livelihoods, and healthy diets and nutrition for all of Africa's population. So I'm reading here sometimes because you might not be able to read it from the back of this. So how is this, how do we want to achieve this vision with our key intervention areas? So basically, it's a results chain we are looking at. So we have the key intervention areas, emerging technologies, biotechnology, AI, and productivity growth, and the intra-African food, trade, and markets. That's the two areas we were discussing this morning, TC4 and TC6. Now we're looking how they actually contribute to what are the intermediate outcomes of these. So the intermediate outcomes of this would be member states increase agriculture growth, productivity, and incomes. African farmers adopt cutting-edge technologies and innovations, and countries increase intra-African trade and market access. These intermediate outcomes will then result into increased productivity in post-harvest loss and waste management. That will then contribute to the impact we want to achieve at this level. So that's from the key intervention areas we heard this morning, TC4 and TC6, to the intermediate outcomes to the outcomes. Next area is the whole issue of enhanced food security, nutrition, and health. So we have the key intervention areas, particularly TC3, food security, nutrition, health, and food safety. We are looking at the supply and demand side interventions for healthy and sustainable diets, and we look for food safety guidelines and interventions. And on poverty and inequality, ensuring resources and service reach women, youth, and other marginalized groups, and increased economic opportunities, employment, agri-food systems strengthen market access. So we hope that these two areas actually will result then in a share of people consuming adequate diet increases, government adopt better diet and food safety guidelines, and women and youth, the poor, and other marginalized groups have greater access to resources and services. So that will then result in the outcome we are aiming for, as the cut-up outcome will be enhanced food security, nutrition, and health. The third area we are talking about, that's about the area of increased agri-food system and environmental sustainability and the increased livelihood and agri-food system resilience shocks. This works the same way as we discussed it before. We look at the agri-food system resilience, but the discussions we had just before lunch. The institution infrastructure to address shocks and stressors, building livelihood resilience, scaling climate action. That's supposed to lead into two intermediate outcomes. African farmers and food system actors adopt climate resilient resource conservation practices, and African farmers and food system actors have enhanced resilience capacities. That leads us then to the outcomes which I mentioned before: increased agri-system and environmental sustainability, increased livelihood and agri-food system resilience to shocks. It's not coincidence that actually enhanced food security and nutrition is really at the center of this exercise. There, we discussed as well in the last couple of days, there are cross-cutting issues, which are very important, which we call, either we can call it enabling environment for agri-food system transformation. This can be as well areas for drivers of change, whatever we want to call them, but they are very key that we pay attention to these areas, cross-cutting areas, which are, we want to build inclusivity and equality in agri-food systems. We want to increase investment in agriculture, including R&D and innovation systems. We want to strengthen capacity for effective and evidence-based implementation and coordination. We want to expand communication advocacy efforts. We want enhanced data transparency and mutual accountability. And we want to improve the political stability, transparency, coherence, and implementation. This is basically our theory of change we have developed in the last couple of days. The attentive observer might have noticed that we, from the previous slide and from this slide, we have reduced the number of outcomes, because there are three outcomes which are not reflected here, and that is the reduced poverty, that's the reduced inequality, and peace and stability. I think these are far too big for the cut-up to handle. So we move them actually, because that's the longer term vision. That's where we want to contribute, where the whole CADA will contribute to. This slide as well, what it presents, what was actually mentioned in the presentation of TWG3, this is really a systemic approach. It requires a systemic approach to achieve these, to achieve the long-term vision. This needs to work all together, otherwise we will not achieve this vision. So it's a really systematic approach we are aiming for. So before I close now, I want to talk, there are three key assumptions here. So we have identified in the document as well assumptions, but I want to mention here three of them, which are really crucial for achieving this theory of change or this strategy. The first one, NIPes or similar agri-food transformation plans embedded in countries' planning and budgetary process. I think that is really key. If the NIPes and other agricultural plans are not part of the budget and planning process, we most likely will not succeed to implement the CADA. The second assumption, there needs to be country ownership and government leadership drive the country level interventions. There needs to be clear ownership in this. For achieving that, I think what is really key, and we discussed this as well in several sessions here as well, several technical working groups mentioned this needs to be private sector driven. So the assumption number three is the private sector and other key stakeholders play a key role in Kampala implementation. If we don't have these three elements as well in place, I think most likely we will not achieve our long-term vision of this, what we are aiming for with really increasing the resilience of agri-food systems. So I hope that was a sufficient presentation. I think I stay within the time limit I was allocated to, and please feel free to ask any questions on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guido, for presenting on behalf of Technical Working Group number 10. So again, keep your questions and comments to yourselves until the end. So now we'll, but just I'm itching on just one. Wale, don't you think those three assumptions should be part of the principles? Think about it as we reflect, yeah? So now I call upon Technical Working Group number 11. Yes, where the people have been changing who presents. So me, I'm calling the Technical Working Group, then they decide who is presenting. So it's Rudo. Madam Rudo. Only one. I thought you are more popular than that. Right. The microphone is here as well as the clicker. And your time starts now.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to make the presentation on behalf of Technical Working Group 11 on implementation and coordination capacities. So in terms of the comments that we received from our first day, or was it second day presentation, there were, I think, 5 issues that I summarized that needed to be addressed. Firstly was the issue of political leadership and governance issues, and then the issue of valuing the contribution of smallholder farmers, and then issue to do with multi-sectoral coordination as we move towards the agri-food systems approach, and then the issue of decentralization of coordination, bringing it down to the grassroots level, and then the issue of high-profile championships for CADA agenda. So I do not have a particular slide with regards to these comments, but they are addressed. We've addressed them as we revise our document. So I'm going to talk about the issue. What is the issue? And then recommended actions, and then key messages. So in terms of the issue, we noted that Maybe I should go the other side. I read better from my. No, I can present from here. I think I read better from this side. Thank you. So we say the issue is that local implementation and coordination capacity are not sufficient to deliver on the identified actions. And this has resulted in poor coordination at different levels, national, regional, and continental level, and the inherent weak institutional capacities, including human and partnerships for coordination and implementation at the different levels have been a glaring issue. So this issue is reflected in terms of funding. This has resulted in insufficient allocation of public resources with a heavy reliance on donor funding. And as a result, this has also been reflected in insufficient funding being allocated to the CAADP agenda due to competing budget priorities, included the limited fiscal space, as well as governance issues, notably corruption and bureaucratic inefficiencies. And this was also the weak institutional capacities also reflected in a multiplicity of efforts, most of them not really adding value to each other and maybe seemingly competing with each other, with having most of the NIPes not being fully embedded within the national development plans. Yeah, and then it's also reflected in the accountability systems being a bit separated or divorced from, the planning cycle, as well as having no rewards and sanctions to guarantee the desired results. And then the issue is also reflected in coordination being highly centralized and not really delving down to the grassroots level. This is perceived to have contributed to also lack of awareness of what CAADP really is by the people who are supposed to be implementing. So actions that are recommended have to do with enhancing. We note that because of the inherent weaknesses and the capacities for implementation and coordination of implementation, we need to strengthen systematic implementation and coordination capacities to be able to design, implement, as well as monitor. So firstly, it's capacity development to articulate CAADP, business case options for CAADP investments in agri-food systems, noting that we are moving towards the agri-food systems agenda. And this will result in conducive business environment, also including legal and legislative frameworks, which will help to address the issue of corruption and bad governance. And then secondly, is strengthening capacity for delivery in terms of making provision of tools, mechanisms, and various systems that will help us to coordinate and deliver as a whole, collective and integrated action. And then in line with this is leveraging on and strengthening capacities of existing mechanisms. For example, the existing country multi-sectoral interministerial coordination teams. But this might require setting at a higher level a centralized coordinating body at national level, but devolving the implementation down to the local level. The issue of high-level championship also has to be considered, especially if there is this is combined with a high-level political mobilization. This will also help in terms of strengthening ownership at the national level and subsequently result in demand-driven support from the member states. And then thirdly, is capacity, enhancing capacity for knowledge and analytical support for the country teams, looking at building on existing data infrastructure and mechanisms at the various level, continental, regional, and national levels. And then lastly, harnessing and developing the human capacity and skills required for moving towards a coordinated agri-food systems transformation. Here, we're also looking at, strengthening partnerships that will provide support in terms of having the required skill set to be able to deliver on this. So again, translating of knowledge and resources to support effective policy design and implementation. This will also require a change in mindset and perception, changing the mindset that we've had in terms of how we've been doing things and see things differently. So in essence, we are saying that the existing CADP implementation and coordination capacities have not been sufficiently adequate to address to achieve the expected outcomes. So high-level political leadership is key for ownership. When this is in place, it becomes easy to have everything line up, to have the CADP agenda line up or embedded within the existing country priorities, as well as linking it up with allocation of financial, human, and other related frameworks. When high-level political leadership is in place, it will be critical, or it will be instrumental in terms of aligning policy actions, including the legal and regulatory framework, which is very key to ensure that we stamp out some of the redundancies that come due to, okay, I don't want to call it corruption, but it is corruption. We must call a spade. Okay, yeah. And then we also know the importance of a regional cooperation and integration. We need to strengthen this in terms of to facilitate that cross-learning and regional support across different common challenges and implementation of a common agenda across the different regions. And then lastly, the mutual accountability and learning should embrace a reward and sanction system so that there are consequences for whatever we are doing. And then lastly, the whole aspect of partnerships in domestic private sector engagement. This is where we are harnessing all the relevant stakeholders, including the contribution of our smallholder farmers, whom we know are playing a very critical role in driving the CADP agenda at country level. So it's partnerships at different levels. So I think in summary, this is what we have from the group. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rudo. Next is Technical Working Group number 12. The presenter. Oh, it's Edwin. Okay, Edwin, come on. The microphone is over there and the clicker.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon. So for this particular technical working group on communication, advocacy, and knowledge management, we had a few comments. One of it was touching on knowledge management. There are some people that felt that we did a disservice to that particular component and we needed to provide more input. But some people also felt that it shouldn't be here, it should be in the accountability and BR technical working group. We had a comment on the champions as a mechanism for enhancing communication and advocacy. And there were suggestions that were provided. And there was also a comment on grassroots level engagement, engaging with the producers, with the farmers at grassroots level. There were also something on AI and technology and the revival and strengthening of networks as mechanisms for communication advocacy and knowledge management. So we did reflect on the inputs and went back and relooked at the various elements. So I'm just going to go quickly through some of the changes that we made from the presentation that we made last time. Yeah, so on justification on why it's important to invest on communication, advocacy, and knowledge management, there were two rationales that we had provided, and then we added a third one. But briefly, we felt that one of the reasons why we have challenges with the performance of CADAP, certain aspects like resource mobilization and 10% budgetary allocation and the waning commitment at the country level is because of underinvestment in communication. It is a communication problem. And that's the reason why we need to invest more in communication. And more broadly also, if you look at most of the countries, they are struggling with dwindling resources. They have very limited revenue. And there is always competing priorities, whether you talk about education, health, or even military, for those who like military. So that therefore means that communication and strategic communication becomes very key in ensuring that the issues of food security and CADAP itself remains a priority for decision makers at country level. So you cannot ignore communication because of the fact that at the country level, there are also other sectors that are competing for the same resource. In terms of drivers, we had quite a number that were there before and others that we also reflected on after that. And I'll just go through this very quickly. One is on digital migration. You find that the way you used to watch TV, where you would wait for TV at 7 o'clock or at 9 o'clock is changing. Most of them are now going online. Even newspapers, I wonder whether there is anybody who has a physical newspaper here. So we are changing, and therefore, even the way we are going to be communicating about CADAP need to change. With the digital technology and with the AI, we are also facing a challenge of fake news and misinformation. I think there was a discussion here about the biotech, the GMOs, and that therefore means that because these are some of the things that CADAP will be addressing, we need to take into consideration such risks when we are developing communication or when we are promoting CADAP through communication and advocacy strategies that we'll outline. Again, climate change is an issue that is getting a lot of attention. And there's a lot of funding that is currently directed to that sector. And what does that mean for agriculture? It's good that if you look at CADAP, we have integrated, we have anchored our intervention. But there is also the communication part of it, in that you have a lot of focus on that, and you therefore need to communicate effectively so that it is not overshadowing the priorities in the ag sector. We have a constituency that is called the youth, and they are coming up with a very different characteristic in terms of communication. The way they get their news, the way they engage And therefore, when we are talking about CADAP and food security issues, we need to also look at that trend in terms of how they are engaging and the communication pattern, and be able to develop communication strategies that are aligned to that. On COVID, on post-COVID work culture, I think most of you have noted that there is a lot of online meetings. We are creating common working spaces and tools like SharePoint, Google Drive. What it means, therefore, is that there are so many, so those people who are thinking about implementation and coordination, there are so many planning meetings, there are so many learning, there are so many working meetings that we can do without physical meetings. And that can help in addressing some of the resource questions. So we also need to now look at some of these platforms that we are having. How do we use the current shift and tools to ensure that we are engaged? In terms of outlook, we looked at these drivers, but also tried to look at it in terms of what does this mean for us. So some of these I've already spoken to. For each of them, it provides opportunity for us when we are designing the communication and advocacy strategy to look at how we can leverage on some of these opportunities and also address some of the risks that are brought about by those tools, by those emerging practices. So we went and dug deeper for each of them and described or outlined the opportunities that are provided and how we can use them. But before that, we also looked at what is the current status in CADAP. For example, how are we leveraging some of these technologies? How are we currently operationalizing some of these things within CADAP? And then based on that, we looked at what do we need to do to leverage on some of them, as I've said. So in terms of conclusion, we came up with the following conclusion. Number one is the first thing that we'll need to do is to have a comprehensive communication, advocacy, and knowledge management strategy. We also need to institutionalize and build capacity for communication. We need to put resources for communication, knowledge management, and advocacy. It shouldn't be something that is considered as a by the way. We have to invest in it just as we are investing in other components or elements of CADAP. And there were suggestions that there is need to allocate resources specifically for this function so that it's used as a mechanism to drive the CADAP agenda. We talked about the champions. We said or recommended that it need to be broadened such that we have the continental one, and then we have regional champions, and then we also need to have stakeholder-specific champions. But these need to be coordinated so that you have a well-organized group of champions that are well-trained, they have TOR, they have a work plan, and they are managed properly to be able to deliver. We also recommended knowledge management, communication, and advocacy hub, and some of the tools that we have talked about, communication tools can actually be used here to ensure that you have a repository where you can get information, you can get a lot of communication products. Also, we talked about harnessing digital technology, particularly in processing data and in storing data. The issue of developing a plan for private sector engagement and being able to leverage on private sector expertise and resources to communicate. Most of the time, the communication has focused on public sector and development sector. So we need to also find ways of engaging the private sector. We have a number of technical networks that are existing within CADAP, whether you talk about media, youth, parliamentarians. The level of activity and vibrancy varies or debatable, but this is one area that we need to look at and strengthen them as platforms for communication, for learning, and for accountability, and even mobilizing expertise. So there's need to invest in this. And then we also need to work with grassroots communication channels. For example, the local radios, train them, engage them so that that message about CADAP can reach the farmers and the producers. We also need to do a lot of investment in CADAP as a brand to enhance its visibility and to position it in a way that we would be able to deliver what we want. Beyond just having a logo, there's need to invest more in building the CADAP brand. Lastly is that we have a number of processes, platforms, and events that have been facilitating the CADAP process or implementation in the continent. For example, the CADAP partnership platform, the Malabo Agriculture Policy Learning Event, the Joint Sector Review, and many others. We need to relook at these platforms and, if possible, redesign them so that it can give us the outcome that we want. Particularly, we need to go back and look at what was the original idea on CADAP partnership platform and how can we reorganize it so that it's able to mobilize the resources and expertise and enhance accountability towards CADAP implementation. So we need to relook at that, same as even the DPCG, same as the business meeting. So we have a number of platforms that we can use for communication purposes, for learning purposes, and for advocacy purposes. And so we need to go back and look at that. So these are some of the recommendations that came, and the details will be in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Edwin. I've been facilitating the last 12 technical working groups. Not a single person has bothered to take a picture of me. As soon as Edwin came up, a ton of people came here. I don't know what it is with you that is different from me, but there it is. Facts of life, eh? I'm not jealous, but I'm just observing. Right. Last but not least is technical working group number 13. The presenter. The micro is over there and the clicker. It should be natural, not after I have complained.
This is Technical Working Group 13 presenting. Thanks to the team. We also worked late like everybody else, 9 p.m., 1 a.m. Yeah, we were just like everybody else, 5 a.m. And we took note of the comments that were given to us on Friday, and there were about 23. And we looked at them. We looked at the issues coming out of the independent memorandum. And out of those, there were just about 20 out of about 50 that said anything about data. But the reports from the regional consultations had a lot in them. And we've incorporated those comments into the presentation, but we've also summarized it. So we made a vision. If we can go to the next slide. This is what we would like to see the data system in the next 10 years of CADAP. We need it to be institutionalized, scalable, and robust. we need it to be governed by the member states. This was something that came up over and over again about data ownership. We need to provide, we need that data system and accountability systems to provide comprehensive, quality, reliable, and credible data addressing agri-food systems information needs for evidenced planning and decision-making and for investments. That is what we would like to see the data system be able to give to the next 10 years of CADAP next. So we revisited the justification, which really rotated around providing good data for evidence. I don't know why it's not moving, but I'm talking for evidence-based planning. So all those issues, why do we need a data system? I think this particular one really didn't need to be justified, but anyway, we did. And what were the drivers of change, which is the next slide? The major drivers of change came out of the challenges of the last 10 years. What were the data challenges in the last 10 years? And I've gone ahead, you can go to the next slide. Oh, it is me. Sorry, sir. Okay. There we are. Okay, so we narrowed down to 6 major drivers of change. There are others, but these were the ones we've presented here. There are others in the report. Strengthening existing framework for data systems, yes, and better coordination of stakeholder engagement. These came up a lot during the last 10 years of CADAP, that we must be inclusive, we need to have a better system, we need to improve our data infrastructure, we need to strengthen governance, we need to be ethical about our data. You know, sometimes we would get information and say, some ministers would say this is not our data, some technical people would say, but this is what. So we need to be ethical about our data. We need to improve our institutional arrangements, and all these are what was driving proposals for the next 10 years. Also, what is going to guide planning for the next 10 years are these future trends. Data security is a critical thing. We are talking about member states' data. We are talking about data on agri-food systems in member states. We're talking about nutrition data, and we really need to improve on data security, especially if we go into big data issues. If we take on the mega trends, if we attempt to go into blockchain technologies, these are things that are there. Possibly we could explore them, but we have not made specific proposals about using them yet in the BR process. We left that for discussions later, when we are starting to look at indicators and how we're collecting them, how can we manage them. And but all of it is also that there's an increasing demand for good quality data from all circles, as you have seen from all the other presentations. So these are the proposed core priorities for the data systems. Food clusters, food systems clusters, as has come up from other groups. And we are proposing that this should be specifically within the member states. We are talking about enhancing the quality of statistical systems, especially at the national level. Strengthening capacity, that came out so many times at the national level. and also at the regional level. We needed to strengthen the capacity for data management and even at the continental level for analysis of the CADAP data that we are collecting. One of the other things was strengthening the harmonization of mutual accountability systems at all levels, especially at the national level and up towards the regional levels. We need to enhance the electronic BR that we have at the moment, and also to improve the way we measure countries. And here it came up during the discussions, and we are proposing that we don't just do scores, but probably we also share indicator results. So what are our key messages? We need to invest in data. It is important. We really need to invest in it. We really need to invest in data, because without data, we can't make good decisions. We should avoid setting up parallel systems, so we need to look at what is existent at the national levels, and we work with those systems and strengthen them and enhance them. We need to be more inclusive, and we also need to improve data and metadata quality. We need to use international standards for our data, and we need to harmonize the processes of mutual accountability at the national level. One thing we're also proposing is that instead of having a 2-year biennial review, we are suggesting a 3-year biennial review, triennial review. And we are saying that we will report every 3 years, but we will collect the data annually. So we need to put in a system where member states fill in the electronic EBR annually. We synthesize that data, clean it, make it good, but we don't report. We will report after 3 years. And one of the other things is that it's 10 years, but that means 9 years. We noticed this 10-year period that this last year, my dear, everyone is on the next 10-year plan. So we are leaving the last year for preparing the next 10-year plan. We will not require member states to start preparing another report. We will have 3 reports in this 10-year era, but we will collect data annually, and we will leave the last year for designing the next 10 years. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Agnes, for representing Technical Working Group number 13. And you are able to answer the challenge I presented around this periodicity of the BR. I don't know if people agree, but at least you responded to one of the critical questions that were presented during the plenary. Okay, then. We have listened to all the remaining 4 technical working groups. And now we are going to open the floor for the final round of comments and questions to the 4 presenters. I start now this side. And this side starts from here. So keep your hands down here. Okay. Right. So we'll take one. If there is, we go by table. So we start with this table, the next table. No, I think let's be more systematic. I think I'm going to do it by column. Yeah. So we start with this column, meaning here, from here to there, to number 3. Then will be number 4, number 5, like that. Yeah. This is what I'm calling columns. Okay, he's number 1. Short and sweet. No, you are not on this side. You will come in the second round.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
So just quickly to say that this is for the last group on
Yes.
data. So the last group on data, I think it was very, very good presentation, but we have a lot of data out there in Africa. Let's be very frank on this. The question is, how do we align this data to one platform that's going to be used by everybody and everybody can feed into and take out from? So this is where the big question is now when it looks at agricultural data. So that's the question. And I hope we have chance at the end now to make general comments on all the presentations, not just the 3x3 we have been doing so far. Over.
You are not yet tired of talking. Yeah? But we'll see if people have like general comments on how the process has been and so on. Because we are good on time. So yes, next, Wale.
Thank you very much. My question goes to technical working group on 10, theory of change. I noticed what was presented earlier, I think that was Friday. It has the thematic working group number 1 as part of the enabling environment that we should have, but now it has disappeared. I think I want them to bring it back to under where they put thematic working group 9. So it can be 1 and 9 because inclusivity and equity is also part of the principles that we have in thematic working group 1. Then the director wanted me to validate whether the assumptions shouldn't be part of the principles. Yes, as a matter of fact, all the assumptions are coming from the principles that we already have. So that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Benoit?
Thank you, Director. Is for the last group on data. Is to really complement the first speaker,
Nuru.
But yeah, the data actually is not that they are not available, but they are not useful because we don't have quality data. So my recommendation will be to have capacity, strengthen the capacity of the member state on generating quality data that could be useful. Because we have many examples where data could not be used at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Come here. This is the next column. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Two very short comments. One will be on the theory of change. I think there is a big hole there for me as an outcome, because we've been talking about African food system. And as it exists as a theory of change, it doesn't include as an outcome. I think what the previous 2 CADAP cycles missed is how can we base our development or direction with what we have? Because what we have is very healthy and sustainable. That's one. Then the data, and the last one, I think I haven't seen anything on data governance. How are we going to govern our data? What's going to happen to our data? I was looking about at the 10 richest companies in the world. 1 up to 5 are companies who manage data. So data is property. Data is money. So we need to govern African data. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think mine will go to the communication group. And one of the justification that I want to see in that report is better communication will help reduce political risk in terms of implementation. And that links to group number 11 where I was. So the other thing I will propose is because we said we need to reinvigorate the use of communication, different communication. So we can start from the next event that CADAP is going to hold. Like you need to have the communication teams and doing live communication such that we can engage the people who are outside such events. Like when we were asking for comments, I will expect that there is somebody who is seated in Kenya who will ask, so what is this CADAP? So, I mean, that will increase the engagement because the engagement is what will give us what we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last one on this table.
Yes, thank you very much, Director. First directed at you, Director. You did ask a query of whether the enabling environments in terms of cross-cutting issues that were in the theory of change should be moved to principles. I think even if they are part of the principles, it would be useful to have them as part of the theory of change because they are part of the complexity that needs to be addressed for us to get where we need to go. Then on the data issue, I have a question actually on the issue of collecting data every year and analyzing it every year, but only reporting it after 3 years. Our data collection process is intended to inform progress so that if things are turning in the wrong direction, we can actually redirect and move in a different direction. If we do things right, our data collection system is going to be electronic. So once the data is in there, generating reports, tables, and what have you that can inform decisions would be not the most difficult part of the job. And so I would like to perhaps push back on that one to say, if we wait until 3 years when we already have the data, it doesn't help us in terms of redirecting midway. Thank you.
Thank you. Pass on the mic to the next table. No. I used to be a teacher and I would want my students to follow, so it is this column.
Thank you. I'm following up on Namkolo's comment on data. Remember, we have two reporting systems. You have the RESAX with the ATO that track progress every year, and then the biannual review. And there is no argument to really point to make it 3 years because it becomes an old news. You know, as Madam Cole said, the reason that we do those reports is to help countries to learn from what they are implementing. And if something is wrong, and then you learn 3 years later, what do you do with it? So let's keep as it is. So we have the RESAX every year and the current BR process every 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to the third column. Let's start from behind since you are near there.
OK, merci beaucoup. J'avais un commentaire pour le groupe.
Attendez. OK, allez-y.
Merci. J'avais un commentaire pour le groupe 11. Je pense qu'ils en ont brièvement parlé, mais je veux insister là-dessus. C'est pour la participation des acteurs non étatiques, en particulier les OP, à la veille sur les politiques. Il faudrait vraiment mettre l'emphase là-dessus pour qu'on accorde le temps qu'il faut, les moyens qu'il faut aux organisations paysannes pour faire l'analyse de la mise en œuvre, l'analyse non étatique de la mise en œuvre des politiques. Autrement, c'est les États qui mettent en œuvre les politiques et qui disent après, les politiques agricoles et qui disent après, j'ai bien fait. Ce qu'on constate, c'est vraiment de la participation à la dernière minute où nous n'avons pas souvent le temps de nous préparer, de préparer nos analyses. Maintenant, le deuxième commentaire, c'est pour le groupe sur le groupe 10. Il y avait un indicateur pour la participation, pour l'accès des femmes et des jeunes aux ressources productives. Je voudrais quand même qu'on aille au-delà de ça. Il y a également la question de marché, mais il y a aussi le leadership de leurs organisations à participer justement au processus d'élaboration de mise en œuvre des politiques agricoles, qui est vraiment aussi très important. La question n'est pas qu'économique, elle est aussi politique pour les familles et les jeunes. Merci.
Merci. Last one this side. I think it was Moraka. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Abaka, and then Moraka. Then I move this side.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Moi, c'est vraiment un petit commentaire par rapport à
au processus de la revue biennale. Je crois qu'il faut qu'on sorte de ce système de on-track et off-track qu'on a l'habitude de le faire. Parce que ce système, à un certain moment, décourage les gens parce que les États ne voient pas leurs efforts réalisés dans le cadre de ce on-track et off-track. Et la preuve en est que quand on prend, si vous allez sur la base de données de CADEP Tools, là, vous allez voir la plupart des cartes sont en rouge, alors que si on répare pour voir réellement, par exemple, en termes d'augmentation de productivité, on va trouver plusieurs pays qui étaient en off-track, ils ont fait des progrès énormes pour augmenter leur production. Et je crois que cet exercice, moi, je l'ai fait en début de mois passé avec les producteurs. Et je crois que je parle sous le contrôle de Dr Augustin. Il est venu me dire que c'est pour la première fois qu'il a vu quelqu'un qui a mis le côté positif de la revue biennale. Donc, il faut qu'on sorte vraiment de ce on-track et off-track et qu'on part vraiment présenter les progrès réels des États en termes de productivité, en termes d'amélioration de leur PIB, ainsi de suite, que pour donner plus de valeur à ce que les pays ont collecté. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Abaka. The last one is Moraka this side.
Muito obrigado, senhor. Thank you. Just a quick one on Group 10 on theory of change. Just following up on the enabling environment on 2. I see we are saying increasing investments in agriculture, research spending, so on. I thought we could use the latest syntax of investment and finance in agri-food and so on. But maybe the team can explain if there's a reason why they use the syntax like that. Otherwise, we are okay with where it is placed. Thank you.
Thank you, Moraka. The first hand, I think, was Mandy, or you gave up. Bring the microphone here. So I'll take hands from here. Begin with his hand is an odd hand. Yes. So
Thank you.
Okay, so but let me see the hands. Sarah, Sunday. So there are 3 from this side. Okay. All right. So you start.
Thank you, Director. I actually quite enjoyed those presentations. So I have the only thing I was going to suggest is to elevate a little bit the theory of change. And I'm going to just give you a snippet of what I think the elevation would be, and I'll be writing out my suggestion in full for the team. So, and this is because what I'm telling you is not in textbooks. It took me forever to figure it out by using the Einstein principle of if you're not solving a problem, you try and analyze it at a higher and higher level, because you can't solve a problem by analyzing it at a lower level than it was created. So here's the highest level problem I've come up with our agriculture and economy in Africa. Every single African country is in a middle income trap. Every single one. Meaning it will never grow beyond middle income and will never be a fully industrialized society. Why? Because every one of the countries is in a middle income trap. Because of the way we were colonized, the majority of the people, even in half industrialized countries like South Africa, Algeria, the majority of the population is disconnected from manufacturing and tertiary industry economy. So this dual economy, which applies to all the 55 countries, the same applies to all Southern American countries. Not one of them will get out of it. They are also all in middle income trap, including Brazil. So for that reason, the orthodox way to fully industrialize any economy is as follows. And an agricultural revolution precedes an industrial revolution.
And then if an agricultural revolution precedes industrial revolution, without exception, okay, except for 1 or 2 city-states, a food system transformation is what triggers the agricultural revolution. It's not an either or of now we are doing food system, now this is agriculture. The reason why a food system transformation is necessary for overall transformation to industrial is as follows. Until food is abundantly available at a low cost, you cannot industrialize an economy. Food has to be abundantly available in both rural and urban areas, meaning the cost of food goes down for both. And even in urban areas, especially when the cost of food in the household budget goes down, then urban areas become more habitable. And also the cost of raw materials for manufacturing go down. Then manufacturing starts to grow. So I would propose keeping it as one theory of change, which says a food system transformation will catalyze the agricultural transformation which precedes a broad-based industrial transformation. In other words, industrialization is not a technical process. Manufacturing is technical. Industrialization, when they say you are industrious, doesn't mean to say you are using a machine. It means you are better organized, you increase production, you increase productivity, you increase the diversity, your product base. So even small farmers, those women we were talking about yesterday, once those ones increase their level of production, productivity, product diversity, they can now be mass uplifted into manufacturing and other industries. So what that means is, and I'm sorry to say that the biggest problem is not corruption and maladministration in Africa. The biggest problem is the wrong structure of the economy. Maladministration and corruption makes it worse. But I'm sorry to say, because we don't teach this in any university, or our leaders, both academic, intelligentsia, political, are not focused on correcting this. To correct a dual economy, to mass uplift people, because industrialization is massification, mass production, mass processing, and mass consumption of your own locally produced goods and services. That's what industrialization is. Okay, sorry, Director, I'll leave it at that, and then I'll write it down for the group.
Thank you. So you are a beneficiary of my challenge to Professor when we had lunch, because he put it beautifully and I thought you would benefit from it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think you all agree that it is persuasive. Yes.
Okay.
Nobody will take a similar amount of time. So those coming up, Sarah, it's 1 minute. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, thank you very much. I have 2 points, one for 13. I am very interested in understanding what we're doing with the findings of our BR report. And I didn't really see it come out here. Because the interesting thing is our policies and strategies are sectoral. They are not national. They are not regional. They are sectoral. And this is what I have been saying over and over, is that finally when the findings come out, they must be handed to sectors, because it is where now you can take specific action or intervention. So I think we need to think about that and bring in sector actors. Like, for example, livestock, animal resources. For us, we know what to do. If you give us those results, we know how to mobilize the networks and get that done. And for that matter, what happens to all decisions? I think that needs to be spoken to. There are all decisions that have not been implemented. They need to be implemented. I want to also look at the theory of change. If the people of theory of change can look, they have 2 things which are exactly the same in my view. Where you have African farmers and food systems, actors adopt climate resilient, resource conserving practices, and then you say also the next one, have enhanced resilience capacities. I would like to suggest that this one for, you have TC8, TC7, should be changed, should be separated. One is actually, in my view, an inherent stability of the systems. We have now come to the place where we think of our systems as always facing crisis. No, there is an inherent stability of systems, which is somehow what you're talking about. Your system needs to be stable, efficient, productive in the first place. So what you need to have in that system is an early warning system, which tells you, I can give an example in livestock. You don't have enough feed and forage, you have a deficit of 10%. What remedial action will you take? You take that action, you correct it. So you have to have an early warning system that is inherent to the system. Then the second one, TC7, can be the one that responds to shock. We have now got to the stage where we think of ourselves as inherent systems plus the shocks, and we think it is one thing. It is two separate things. So one should be stability of the systems, which is your business continuity, livelihood, sustainability. And the other one is your capacity to respond to shock, which now gives you your resilience to shocks. I see it like that, and I see that you separate them. Otherwise, for me, this thing of adopt climate resilient, resource conserving practices is the same as saying have enhanced resilience capacities. What is the difference? So one should be early warning, which means your systems are stable in any case. And the other one means you have capacity to respond to shock. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last one. Keep it short, Sunday.
Yes, thank you very much. Just two groups. My own group, which is Group 11, I cannot criticize because I'm involved. But I can expatiate on something because as the last speaker talked about system, she kept mentioning systems. Every system has a design, and it will work as designed. If you don't service it as designed, it will not work. So when the presenter of Group 11 made her presentation, she shined some light on the need to make available information that goes to the countries, to the local government level, because a lot of people are excluded in many ways at the grassroots level. So we try to make a case for those who are excluded, like the Gen Zs. They have no sector, they are a segment of society, those in the local government, the farmers associations, but there's a governance at that level, which is not receiving the same information. An example is the recent happening in my country. The president sends money to the local government, the governor hijacks it at the state level, and the money does not go to the local government. So the president had to go to the court. He took the governors, all the governors, to the Supreme Court and won the case. And now, he now sends money directly to the local government, Nigeria. Yes. And for a president to go to court in order to get something delivered to the grassroots, you know that we have a problem with the design. So Group 11 has already explained the need for CADEP implementation design to include access to information at the grassroots so that there will be entry points for people who may be excluded, like people with special needs, women, and all the other groups that will never be captured in governance. So that's one. The second one is the Group 13, the BR data management. We have mentioned issues about data management and periodic 2 years or 3 years. Somebody mentioned research. All this still appear to be far from the reality on ground. Each country has a different question. If you say children are going for exams, each country's question is different depending on
their NAIP. So if my NAIP is on cassava production, processing, and marketing, and another person is on cashew production, another country is on cashew production, I won't have a reason to start collecting data on cashew because I have no business with cashew. But the NAIP has a basic list of projects which have been profiled as bankable projects. So you must have done your
summarize, please, Sandy.
Yes, thank you very much. You must have done your baseline data, and based on your baseline data, you should be able to know the expected outcomes over the next year. Maybe the crops are still growing. Maybe in 2 years they'll start fruiting or producing, and then by the fourth year, you know what you are going to get. So I think with modern technology, information and communication technology, I don't see why we are talking of periodic reports, because we can manage on a daily basis, we can know where we are. We should be able to know where we are, because with the way I see my children and other young people handling the issue of data and communication, I don't see why we should wait to report on where we are on the journey. If you are going from here to Johannesburg by road, when you reach Livingstone, you should know that you are there.
Okay,
so
thank you, Sandy.
I think we can achieve annual, biennial reports. No, annual reports. Sorry, annual reports for the countries. Meanwhile, at the country level, the SACS node, not research is at the regional level. The SACS node team needs to be in place. If they are not in place, we cannot achieve anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandy. And you're the last person to comment this afternoon. So we have listened to all the 13 technical working groups, giving feedback on what you have done to address the gaps that you had as a team in your respective reports, but also you have responded to the comments and questions that came from the audience during the plenary sessions. I think we are coming to the end of this exercise. Director Esterin will be giving the closing remarks on behalf of both AUC and ODA, basically the African Union. But I'll give, before she does so, I'll give some summary points. I'm seeing hands up. Nuru, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman. It's not often that I do this. I've been around in this space for the last 20 years, and I'll be very open and honest here now. This is the very first time I've seen dedication and commitment by a diversified group of people who are really making history now in moving African agriculture forward in the interest of the people. And I would like to really thank the management, Esterin, Dr. Bahigwa, for this, because when you hear people are up at 1 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, everybody that came in said, I've never seen this before. So really, I want to comment and say, we are on the right path. They say too many cooks spoil the food. But in this case, too many cooks make different diets that you can choose from. This is exactly what we want here. So really, I want to say thank you very much to you. And I'm very proud as an elder in African society now to say that we have been associated with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, that was going to be one of the summary points. Yes, no, because, and it is serious, because this is exactly what we have been applying in the CADAP biennial review process. This is exactly the mode. Now we have learned that lesson, that you can bring together all these African expertise in one group to achieve a common purpose. And we have been doing that one for the last 80 years. So we have applied that now to the development of the 10-year strategy. going forward. And now we also want to do it going forward for the NAIPs. Okay, the domestication of the Kampala Declaration, we shall have to take this same approach of broad stakeholder consultation, but bringing together the finest brains on the continent to support the African Union. So thank you for that. Now, and I said I was going to give some remarks before handing over to Director Esterine. So we have listened to you. I already told you what is going to happen. So before midnight on July 31, you will submit these reports to academia because we put together an infrastructure. There is a slide that I asked to be created. Yes. So the reports are going to be submitted to Dr. Amju Augusta at academia with a copy to the secretariat, that is Hamadi, because he's the CADAP coordinator. You can see his hub there. And to the process managers, African Union Commission and ODA NEPAD. At the commission is Panduleni, and then at ODA is Manyeu. So make sure you have those details when you are submitting the reports. You send them to Augusta, and then you copy those three. Okay? So keep the slide on as I make other remarks, as people take time to copy the email addresses in case you didn't have them. And that will be on Sunday before midnight. Sorry, on 31st before midnight. Okay. This process, I already told you what is going to happen. Your products will, along those with regional consultations and independent memoranda, will be used to draft the strategy and action plan. I don't want to repeat myself. You had that information. But we are technical people. We serve politicians. And as we have gone through these discussions, Esterine and I have been listening to some of the topics that can be controversial politically, and wanted to be transparent with you that this group is not the final decision on these issues. We shall have to present them to the STC. STC is Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. Those are the decision makers that guide our sector at continental level, the ministerial committee that guides us, okay? So we can get excited here and have all sorts of debates, but they are the ultimate deciders, because it's what takes place at the ministerial that actually goes to then to the executive council and then to the assembly. And basically there are two controversial terminologies. The first one is food sovereignty. There is no consensus on that phrase. And so we are going to use it because you have used it in these technical reports. We are going to use it in the strategy and action plan. We cannot guarantee it will remain there. Okay? The other one is agroecology. You had somebody describing it as the mighty agroecology. Why? Because it is also still controversial. So there are several phrases like that we have as technical people. We exercise also our academic, freedom, and we use those terms, but sometimes they can be politically sensitive. So I wanted to be transparent with you that don't be disappointed and say the colleagues dropped what we discussed in Lusaka. No. There is another platform that will make this final decision on some of these. And these are not the only ones, but we just picked out those two and wanted to clarify on them. The other ones which are not controversial, but just for clarification, there was one on the Africa Development Bank contacts, what somebody described as Dakar #2. That was a conference organized by the Africa Development Bank, not the African Union. Okay, even if I mean, there were, I think, 38 heads of state, so it was large. But that was not a platform of the African Union. So those compacts are compacts developed under the aegis of the African Development Bank, not the African Union. And so when we complete the Kampala Declaration and it's adopted, and the member states decide that they want to do CADAP 3 compacts, we shall go through that exercise, and what was developed in Dakar can provide inputs into the official CADAP compacts for the continent. Just to clarify that as well. The fourth one that we wanted to clarify was there was a proposal from Technical Working Group number 2 on the funding mechanisms. And I think we have to thank them. I think they were trying to be innovative on establishing an African food systems financing mechanism. And they were quite specific and said that should be established or hosted at the African Development Bank. It's a proposal, but it's not definitive because there are many funding mechanisms that support the African countries, our member states. So if we start to be selective at this point, at this level, then we are being exclusionary. And I don't think we want to send that message. So it's a proposal, and but just let you know that it is something that will also be subject for discussion. We want to be as inclusive as possible in developing instruments for financing Africa's food systems. So Dr. Serene and I thought we would give that guidance to you on the first 2 controversial issues, but also clarifying on these 2 proposals that came up. I think that's what I wanted to say. The last one is really to thank you. If I hand over to Director Serene, from the bottom of my heart, although they say hearts are bottomless, but I have gone very far deep. And I'm thanking you for the time that you have spent here. Very dedicated, reflecting the words of Nuru, that when you see this at this time and the room is still full and people were still contributing, you have to feel good and just say thank you to all of you on behalf of Her Excellence Ambassador Joseph Asako, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, who was here, and you saw for yourselves her commitment. We are really happy that you were able to make a contribution to this. Finally, for transparency purposes, and I have been getting some hints here and there, everybody cannot be part of the drafting team, okay? Everybody cannot be part of the review team. Yeah. But you must feel proud that you have been able to make a contribution in the technical working groups, okay? So everybody has a space to contribute. You have contributed in the technical working group. A few of you will join the drafting team, but we have to create space for other people that will come and look at what you have produced with a fresh eye and use those materials to draft. We shall also set aside the drafting team. We have also put together another team of reviewers who will also have fresh eyes on these documents. So that we really feel that we have given it our best, but also have given a chance to as diverse a constituency as possible. So don't go lobbying, Director Serene or Hamadi, that you want to be part of this and this. No. You have made your contribution here. Allow us to take it forward. Okay? I thought I would be as transparent as that to manage expectations. Okay? Thank you very much. So with that, from bottom of my heart. So with that, I thank you, and I want to hand over to Director Serene. But before doing so, I received a note here which says the following. All participants, please go to the pool after the workshop. After the workshop, the Secretariat will be giving out corporate gifts. So please be there to witness the giving out of corporate gifts to whoever will be the recipients. Thank you very much. Director Esterine.
Most of them will be happy that a beautiful lady is
Thank you,
part.
thank you, thank you, my brother Godfrey. I think I'm making this closing remarks on behalf of Godfrey and myself, and beyond that, our institutions and our principals. So Ambassador Commissioner Sako and the CEO of NEPAD, Madam Nandos Bikele. I think let me join Ahmed and Director Godfrey to say what a huge honor it has been to host all of you here the last 5 days. It is truly humbling by the level of total commitment and hard work that I have witnessed over the entire period. And I think Godfrey has alluded to that. And Ahmed also spoke about the engagement of everyone in this room and the energies that you've all exhibited in the last 5 days. One would have thought 5 days is quite a long period. And by now we'll all be, feeling so tired and exhausted. But as we can all see, still very excited and full of energy. The quality of the presentations and the inputs have been impressive. And the delivery has been passionate. I'm looking at my sister, Sarah, with the passion that she has delivered her contributions, and many others in this room. And I think really that is what makes CADAP different from all other AU frameworks. And I've been very privileged as the director of programs at AUD at some point to have several of this program managed under my directorate. So I can say without fear of any contradiction that this group and this agenda is special, and the people who are engaged in it are special, and rightly so, rightly so. We do have in the most important agenda on our table at this point in time. I think we can all agree that if you are hungry, there's nothing else you can do. It starts with being able to feed ourselves. And so this agenda that we are discussing is of critical importance on how this continent moves forward. So we really cannot overemphasize the importance of this process, what we are going to come out from this whole process come January or February 2025. And this is really the beginning of the final product. So really, Godfrey and I have been all incredibly honored to be able to coordinate such an important exercise for the continent. We have a lifelong opportunity to influence how we address this most pressing challenge. And we spoke about it on the first day of this meeting, that we are moving beyond the aspirational goals of Agenda 2063 into defining concrete actions translated through policies and investment programs that will ensure that our agri-food systems are transformed for the benefit of our people, to create jobs, to address the issue of poverty, to make sure that our economies are broad enough that everyone has a space to be part of it. We have learned so many lessons the last 20 years of CADAP implementation, and we have an opportunity to build on these lessons. We've made significant progress, and we've all agreed that there are many things that we could have done better. But what has been so important the last 5 days is that reflection on how can we make things better. And what we have seen presented here this afternoon takes us towards that direction of making things better? What actions do we need to put in place? And I really, I was saying to Godfrey and a few colleagues that I'm so tired of this conversation of women are important, youth are important. Now we want to see those actions that prove that these constituencies are important. We had very strong emphasis on the need to embrace an agri-food system approach to ensure we address our challenges in a holistic manner. And I think leaving this meeting, there is a common understanding that that's the direction the continent is moving. We are moving forward, embracing an agri-food system approach.
Who wants like to read the
I
Bible?
also had an overwhelming appreciation of the role of the role that women and youth play, and compelling proposals on how these groups should be the basis for building a resilient and inclusive agri-food systems. Again, let not just be talk, let's have concrete actions. And we will be looking very, very carefully and closely on issues such as the financing, that are structures that are put in place so that these constituencies are given what is needed for them to participate properly. A number of shocks are putting huge pressure on our agri-food systems, from climate change, from conflict, economic disruptions to pandemic. These are becoming more frequent and more severe. The need to build resilience to protect livelihoods and our agri-food system from shocks is vitally important. Again, what we had is an expansion of looking at the issue of resilience, not just from a climate change lens, but also other issues that are critical and present shock to the system. And I think that is something that this meeting, having had 13 working groups, have given us an opportunity to appreciate. So we wouldn't just talk about climate change, but I think someone was talking about when we have the numbers of African children that are suffering from stunting, of malnutrition. These are red flags that we must flag, we must treat as emergency, we must make urgent calls to. So we don't only have to wait when it's a crisis, then we start looking for solutions. So these are critical things that have come out from this conversation that I think our policy environment will be addressing. We also had really, I also just want to highlight the need for us to really focus on the financing of our agri-food systems. We had that, and Director Godfrey, in his summary of the many things that were discussed today, picked on the issue on financing because it's critical. And we want to create that space that we have various windows and opportunities to support the agri-food transformation in our countries, not limiting it to one single window, but making sure that the organization of our value chains present immense opportunities for different funding opportunities, as well as for different levels of actors to be able to get the financing that they require to participate in this space. I would like to just also mention the issues of institutions and governance, because I think they are the crux of this conversation. We had the technical working group on implementation and coordination. And if we don't get those institutions and governance right, then we will have a challenge. And I think we need to really consider the structures that we had post-Maputo era and wonder what happened to them in the post-Malabo era and how we fix them. Because we do have things that worked. So we're not going to be starting from scratch all the time. I think it's technical working group 12, action recommendation, I think 12, the last recommendation that they presented, that listed the different structures that we had put over time to support the implementation of CAADP at national level. The focal points, the technical working groups, the technical review processes, the PPs, and all these different platforms and mechanisms that have been put in place. How do we look at them, whether we are redesigning them, whether we are improving them, but we need to have predictable structures to support this process and make sure that the governance, including the issue of information that someone mentioned, are accessible to the actors that need them. So these are just, I'm sorry, I'm passionate, but these are some of the things that we feel are really important that we must reflect as we move forward in defining the declaration as well as the action plan. So before I really end, I would want to specifically thank and acknowledge a few people who have enabled us to host this very important meeting. I would like to thank the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, NORAD. They have been a consistent partner to us over the years in their support for our work on agri-food systems and soil health. We would like to thank AGRA. They have been a consistent partner. The whole work we have been doing on the BR, they have been by our side throughout these 4 reports that we have prepared. So we want to thank them. We equally like to give our appreciation to FAO, who have consistently supported our agenda. And we will also like to thank Irish Aid. I think the ambassador was here at the beginning for the support in hosting this. Equally, we would like to thank GIZ for their long-term partnership. They always answer to our call when we knock at the door. Many of the other partners also supporting our Malabo roadmap. Without them, and without all of you, we were able to achieve it. Most importantly, Amit said, and Director Godfrey said, I want to also add my appreciation to the great work that has been done by all the conveners and co-conveners. Please, let's give them a really big hand. Big hand. Over the past few months, we are very proud of your leadership and how you have owned this process. This is really the African spirit. Yeah, and this is the way we are going to transform our continent. No other person is going to come and do it for us. It's the commitment of individual like yourself that is going to make the change that we need and build the continent that we want to see. To all the members of the technical working group, I am truly grateful. Godfrey and I, Director Godfrey and I, are truly grateful to your dedication and tireless work. As has been mentioned, people have been sleeping at 2 a.m. in the morning, and by 7 they are up. We really do not take it for granted because you're not being paid to do this work. It's not a consultancy that you're going to have, some significant dollars or kwacha in your pocket. You are doing this for the love of your continent. And so we really thank all the members of the different technical working groups for what you have done so far. On day 1, we had the permanent secretary from the ministry who was here.
Don't commit that money by
the government.
To get that money.
Zambia, and in particular, the Ministry of Agriculture for hosting us and for always being welcoming to our CAADP team whenever we approach them that we want to come here for a meeting. So we want to send that message to their representative here, to the minister, and to the
Some they
government at
didn't.
large. If we can give them a big hand of applause, please.
Some will not finish. They won't.
And lastly, we are grateful
There is another group.
to the team, our teams, that is the African Union Commission and AUD and NEPAD, for the tireless work that they've put into organizing this workshop. Please. And of course, our dear Professor Mandy. He just gave us a really a good lecture on the theory of change. And I think, I mean, there was dead silence in the room. So we appreciate you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. We are in this together. So, but I will thank him. I will thank him. Yes. From the bottomless of my heart as well. I would thank Godfrey for that. And I would really want to also thank Betty, Jacinta. I'm sure you've seen all these names. Pandoleni, Manyewu. These are the people holding the fort. Yeah. You know them, but they can stand. Pandoleni and Manyewu, please, please. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you all so much. As we all travel back home, please pray God take us all safely. And we look forward to seeing all of you very soon. And more importantly, to implement the declaration and the action plan, the Kampala action plan, collectively for the change that we want to see. Thank you. Thank you. We can declare a very successful CADAB technical working group workshop officially closed.
No clapping.
I'm going to acknowledge Dr. Hamadi Diop. Hamadi, please. You were out of the room. You see, like, I'm on tour. That's the thing. Thank you. Thank you.
These people must go so they don't confuse. No, they don't have a badge now. That's the reason for the badge. Why don't we move this? So my people come in here. Then you need to give them.
So please, as I mentioned earlier, go to the pool area. Go to the pool area for the gift giving ceremony.
When you give someone, you must use that thing and punch the thing. Oh, that's nice one.
Vincent gave us the idea.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
No, they don't have to enter.
Alapamfiki mola foine